A very good morning to each and every one of you. Well, my name is Sumit Dubey, and it makes me feel extremely elated and zestful to host and welcome you all on behalf of Department of Management Sciences, Savitribai Phule, Pune University, in this mega webinar of Global Leadership Summit, November 2021. The theme of this time's Global Leadership Summit is Emerging Paradigms of Leadership. And today we have assembled here all together to witness the insightful talks of prominent industrialists, leaders, and managers from all over the globe. So before we begin this wonderful session of knowledge, virtues, and experiences, I would like to request our coordinators to play our university song. Also, a gentle request to all the attendees over here to stand during the university song as a token of respect and to be proud of our values. Now, in the warm presence of all the dignitaries, I would like to request our coordinators to commence lighting the lamp before Ma Saraswati, the goddess of knowledge.
इथे ठीक आहे, इथे मी पण नाही केलेलं कुठं कोणाला आपल्या एरियामध्ये, बट तिकडे प्रोफेशनल.
It's a complete honor for me to tell you all that Department of Management Sciences has been serving tremendous leaders and managers to the world for more than 50 years now. So to relive the precious moments, I'll request our coordinators to show us the curtain raiser video.
Hello everyone, on behalf of the Department of Management Sciences PUMBA, Pune, the seminar cell feels extremely elated and zestful to introduce the theme of the Global Leadership Summit November 2021, Emerging Paradigms of Leadership. The business world is facing the greatest period of transformation since the Industrial Revolution. This is because technology disrupts the way we work. The top 3 disruptive forces hitting businesses between now and 2030 are digitally connected world, AI and big data, and automation and robotics. Other forces will impact the world of work, including globalization of resources and demographic changes. Business leaders need now, more than ever, to adapt and reskill to remain competitive and grab new opportunities. It is estimated that the top 3 attributes of the leaders of 2030 are: they are innovative, they are adaptive to change, and they are collaborative across the business. Leaders must be agile enough to break down obstacles that slow transformation. They will need to engage staff, promote openness, and engender support for their vision. Today's forward-thinking leaders will need to build talent to keep up with the pace of change and meet the challenges of tomorrow. So businesses must refocus recruitment and restructure hierarchies to target change makers. Inclusive teams make better business decisions 87% of the time, and diverse teams deliver 60% better results. Businesses will thrive by building systems that decentralize control and empower people to take the charge. The winners of the upcoming business world will be agile and responsive to changing circumstances. To understand how businesses can build a leadership, vision, and culture, to harness the disruptive forces and explore emerging paradigms of leadership, let's hear from our industry experts and leaders in Global Leadership Summit November 2021. Let's get started.
Now I'll request our very beloved Dr. Shilpa Bhide ma'am to extend a warm welcome to honorable dignitaries and all the students present here today.
Thank you, Sumit, and a warm welcome to all the dignitaries, guests, and all the students and the participants. The Department of Management Sciences, fondly known as PUMBA, is celebrating its 50th year. And to celebrate the occasion, the Global Leadership Summit November 2021, Emerging Paradigms of Leadership is organized. For the next 2 days, there are going to be talks and panel discussions by eminent business leaders. There are also going to be presentations by the students on topics such as leadership essentials. We have also received registrations from different parts of India and abroad, and the participants will be watching live on Facebook. I take this opportunity again to welcome all the guests, dignitaries, and students for this mega event. Thank you, and back to Sumit again.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now I'll request our very dynamic head of the department, Dr. Surbhi Jan ma'am, to kindly address the audience. Over to you, ma'am.
Ma'am, please unmute. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Sumit. A very good morning to one and all. It's my pleasure and privilege to welcome Honorable Vice Chancellor of Savitribai Phule Pune University, Dr. Nitin Karmarkar, sir, Honorable Registrar of SPPU and Director School of Business, Dr. Prafulla Pawar, sir, Honorable Dean, Faculty of Commerce and Management, Dr. Parag Kalkar, sir. Hearty welcome to all. I also extend a very warm welcome to our esteemed guests for the inaugural session, Mr. Kishore Jayaraman, sir, President, Rolls-Royce, India and South Asia, Mr. Amit Yadav, sir, Vice President, Global Head, Strategy and Transformation, PepsiCo. A hearty welcome to all. Dear friends, established in 1971, Department of Management Sciences, fondly known as PUMBA, is a pioneer in business education. And this year, PUMBA is celebrating its glorious 50 years of leadership excellence. Friends, we are living in extremely uncertain and unprecedented times. As the world lives through the pandemic in its different stages, the business world has learned plenty of lessons already. The wildfire spread of COVID-19 has stressed again the need for constant learning, innovation, accountability, empathy, and sustainability. The pandemic has solidified the position of health and wellness of employees as a widespread priority. It has clearly taught us that the real power of delegation and that employees can be trusted in far more ways than what management would have earlier thought is now possible. It is not just the pandemic, but IoT, AI, machine learning, VR, AR, robotics, automation, all of them are reinventing business models and practices. Now we have organizations which are much more agile, much more flatter. Hybrid work environment and the great resignation or reshuffle are fundamentally changing everything organizations do. As employees have different kinds of attitudes and empowerments, the very concept of work and how we collaborate together is changing. Given all these changes happening in the workplace and marketplace, as we experiment and return to work and figure it all out, what does good leadership look like at this very complicated transitional moment? How do leaders strike the right balance between bold, right-sizing measures with humanity? How to build sustainable organizations that are more meaningful? How to integrate mindfulness, which is so important, into leadership development? To deliberate on these and several other emerging paradigms of leadership, we have invited industry stalwarts from different sectors and geographies on this two-day summit. I am sure we will all immensely benefit from their immense experiences and insights. Happy learning and best wishes. Thank you. Over to you, Sumit.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your kind words. We have with us today Director SPPU School of Business, Dr. Praful Pawar sir, gracing this event with his warm presence. It's a complete privilege and honor for me to invite sir to address the audience. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Sumit. Thank you so much. Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Nitin Karmakar sir, our Honorable Dean of Faculty of Commerce and Management, Dr. Parag Kalkar sir, our dynamic leadership, Head of the Department, Dr. Surbhi Jain, all my faculty colleagues, Dr. Shilpa Bide, Dr. Aarti, and today's guest, Mr. Kishore Jayaraman, President, Rolls-Royce, India and South Asia, as well as Mr. Amit Yadav, Vice President, Global Head, Strategy and Transformation, PepsiCo. My dear students, a very, very warm welcome to you. We all know PUMBA is celebrating its 50th year. It's a history of tradition of 50 glorious years of training for leadership in the industry. If we go through the list of our alumni, more than 500 alumni are working at a position of vice president or above. And they have provided a great leadership to various businesses across the world. We all know, friends, that the technology has changed the way businesses are run, and it has a great impact on day-to-day functioning. It has also impacted and change the way leadership is provided. And therefore, such occasions where new paradigms of leadership are being discussed are very important to the students. Global leaders are here today to interact with you, and there is a great learning for each one of us. Under our visionary leadership of Honorable Vice Chancellor, we have collaborated with Harvard, Coursera, as well as leading organizations like Simply Learn to provide the students the much required value-adding skill development courses, which are important for connecting to the last mile of the training. And several value-adding courses are being provided through SPPU in collaboration with these leading institutions like Harvard. And it's a great opportunity for all the students to learn these courses. Once again, I extend a warm welcome to each one of you, and I expect that it would be a great enriching learning experience for each one of us for next 2 days. Thank you so much. Over to you, Sumit.
Thank you so much, sir, for your warm presence and words. Now it's a great honor for me to invite Dean, Faculty of Commerce and Management, SPPU, Dr. Parag Kalkar, sir, to address the audience. Over to you, sir.
Very good morning. Honorable Dr. N.R. Karmalkar, sir, Vice Chancellor, Savitribai Phule, Pune University. Dr. Praful Pawar, sir, Director, SPPU School of Business. The senior faculty members, head of the departments, Dr. Surbhi Jain, Dr. Supriya Patil, Madam, Dr. C.M. Chitale, Organizing Committee, student, and the expert who are present here today to address this Global Leadership Summit on the theme Emerging Paradigms of Leadership. I think the first important statement is in today's fast-paced world, constant turbulence is new normal. So every organization is revisiting its system, process, and leaderships too. The organizations are becoming more flat nowadays. Top leadership have got direct rapport with the line staff. And in some of the organizations, they are trying to eliminate the middle-level management. A small impact of global changes are affecting the business model. The organizations of two types. One are either global or you are a local. Understanding human beings, their aspirations become more important. The employees who join the organizations are from various backgrounds and countries. And that's why every leadership has to take into consideration the inclusiveness or the diverse human resources. Organization agility presents an existential crisis of middle management, while the visionary leaders looking at the big picture are still essential. Much planning now is emergent at bottom up, and decision-making happens much more on the ground in real time. Consequently, an agile organization, the traditional middle manager's roles to communicate, direct, and control is tossed aside. Some companies are even removing all middle manager layer. They have senior leadership team at the top, and everyone else is a frontline worker or frontline supervisor. What is required in this paradigm is a cultural shift. One of the biggest challenges will be to transfer and reimagine the load of leaders. The role of leadership to change an agile organization can be explained in some of the following points. Many research indicates that the path of organization agility depends on the starting point. It's clear that the leadership and cultural challenges will be of similar, especially at large, slow bureaucracies. They must pour faster changes despite of management layer sabotage activity of fear and ignorance. Managers are groomed and rewarded throughout their career for applying one set of behavior. It will prove very difficult to relinquish control and adopt a completely different approach to leading and managing. Only with a sense of humility and curiosity will the leader of future succeed. Once control is relinquished, an executive's understanding of organizers is inherently incomplete and overly simple. The organization will often invent, innovate, move fast, and become vastly smarter, more capable than mere sum of the parts. But only if it execute, it guide, influence, inspire without controlling and with humility. Leaders will need to spend more time doing work and less time in directing and controlling others. Successful organization will have a lot more leadership emerging bottom up, a lot more value adding work getting done, fewer bosses and less bossing to others, which doesn't particularly add value. I think this 2 days leadership summit will definitely provide an insight to all our future leaders. I wish this global leadership summit all the best wishes. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable words. Now, I humbly invite the Honorable Vice Chancellor, SPPU, Dr. Nitin Karmalkar, sir, to grace us all with his presence. Over to you, sir.
Good morning to all. Indeed, it's a pleasure to be with you all for this wonderful seminar, which seems to be a unique sort of activity of the PUMBA happening for last few decades, I would call it, because since it has completed 50 years. And for this particular online webinar, we have with us the present head, Dr. Surbhi Jain, the Dean, Dr. Parag Kalkar, the FAO Registrar and the Director of PUMBA, or School of Business, Dr. Praful Pawar, Supriya Patil, and the two speakers who also have joined, Mr. Kishore Jairaman and Mr. Amit Yadav. We all know that we've been passing through very hard times as such. And this COVID-19, actually, which is a global phenomenon, the pandemic that has affected every sphere of life. That includes obviously the business. And when business gets affected, obviously, it boils down to some great extent affecting the economy of any country as such. So many people have lost their lives. So many people have lost their jobs. And this is perhaps a very hard time the business leaders actually have to deal with it. And therefore, I think the first and foremost important thing the business leader should have is the empathy. Empathy, which is to a great extent would take care of the workforce that has been involved in taking forward the business. Of course, there are many more other technological interventions that happen, disruptions that happen, which include AI, which include big data, which include basically many technological advancement that to a great extent actually needs to be taken in the right spirit. So therefore, the leader has to be very adaptive. And then he has to be on his toes every time, because there are changes that are happening overnight sort of, and you need to actually incorporate them immediately in your business model as such. So it's a great role the leader always play. At the Savitribai Phule University, we also have seen that, especially when the education or the academics got affected entirely, and overnight we had to switch over to an online education. Obviously, we are not actually prepared, we are fumbling, but slowly taking along basically the support of everyone. It is always a very inclusive kind of leadership that to a great extent can come very handy in taking decisions in such a situation as well. So we could establish our LMS, we could continue with our education in online mode, the mentoring that was needed and required for the teachers, the new pedagogy basically that needs to be adopted, and accordingly the teachers were to a great extent were mentored, and they were adaptive in nature, and they could immediately switch over to this new thing also. And then after the academics, obviously, it is what is called as a testing. That is what the examination that also happened in online mode as well. And that is how basically you need to be every time very flexible as and when the need arises, as and when the new things come in, we need to actually accordingly immediately have to get acquainted with these new things and then try to actually incorporate them in every sphere, I would call it. Business is not obviously is something different. So every sphere wherein there is such a change that happens, obviously, you need to be very adaptive in character. So these days, the big data and in fact, certain things actually have become very easy, I would call it. The data analytics and other things that actually gives you in decision making, basically that data comes very handy, and a proper sort of analysis, making use the AI and all those kind of things. We all know in this technological world, anything that you do, you are getting logged every time. So there's a huge amount of data that gets generated. And basically making use of this data in deciding, in deciphering the action course, that perhaps is the need of the time. So just because the technology has come in and I'm losing my basically job or losing my interest, that should not be the case. You need to be adaptive in nature. And for that matter, we have wonderful examples. Look into the COVID time when most of the payment also became online. And even the vegetable vendor on the street, which the person who had no knowledge of technology, she also or he also got adapted to paying it through Paytm and things like. So as time arises, as time requires, basically you have to be very sort of coming forward in nature, and then accordingly adopt the new things and follow them, and that is how a business would obviously go forward as such. And from that point of view, I think discussion and deliberation in this 2 days international conference, and wherein you would be actually guided by some of the best brains who are working in the industry. And that is going to be a phenomenal thing for you all young people who have been doing your MBA. And that is how basically your learning would begin. So once again, I congratulate the department for taking forward this particular activity, despite the fact we are still have not come out completely from the pandemic, but the life must go on and business must go on. And that is basically been followed very rightly. And accordingly, this particular webinar has been organized. So I wish every one of you a wonderful time, a good discussion, deliberation, brainstorming sort of a deliberation through which certain new things that would arise, or and those would be penned down, and those could be basically the future guidelines kind of thing. Even for the university also, we are looking forward for such kind of a sort of a guidelines that are to a great extent getting prepared through this discussion and deliberation. So thank you so very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your wonderful
Thank
words
you.
and presence. And your words were, sir, really very powerful and significant, talking about adaptability, empathy, and everything. Thank you so much, sir. Now I invite Ms. Snehal Katkar, student coordinator of Seminar Cell, to extend vote of thanks. Over to you, Snehal.
I, Snehal Katkar, on behalf of Seminar Cell and entire fraternity of Department of Management Sciences, PUMBA, express my gratitude to Honorable Dr. Nitin Karmalkar, sir, for his vital presence. Sir, thank you so much for your thought-provoking and interesting address. It really means a lot to us. I want to express our heartfelt gratitude to a team, Dr. Parag Kulkar, sir, for sparing this time and precious thoughts with us. And now I must mention our deep sense of appreciation for Dr. Praful Pawar, sir, for his spontaneous thoughts. Lastly, I am very grateful for all the faculty members and students who are present here today. And I hope you all learn a lot about emerging paradigms of leadership in these 2 days. And thank you all. Over to you, Sundar.
Thank you, Snehal. So today we have the pleasure of being in the company of Mr. Kishore Jayaraman, President, Rolls-Royce, India and South Asia. He has been instrumental in driving strategic focus and significant expansion across the Rolls-Royce defense, civil aerospace, and power system businesses. He led the establishment of Rolls-Royce digital and engineering capabilities in India that now contribute to global projects for last 9 years. Sir also held diverse leadership roles across markets at GE for 23 years, and his last assignment was as president and CEO of GE Energy South Asia. With an MS in mechanical engineering and an MBA, he serves on several boards and is at the helm of industry committees and associations. So with all privilege and respect, I invite and welcome Mr. Kishore Jaraman, sir. Over to you, sir. A very warm welcome.
Thank you very much, Sumit. It's a pleasure to be with you all. Thank you very much to the leadership at the PUMBA program as well as the Pune University. It's a real honor to be here speaking to you all. And it is the time that dictates how we behave and what we do. And I thought in this particular session for about 10 to 15 minutes, I'll share with you my thoughts on this. So the session or the conversation I want to have with you will be threefold. The first one will be about Rolls-Royce, and the second one will be about what is changing, what is happening, and the third one will be about leadership itself, if that's okay with everyone. And most often than not, I hear people asking me, so how are the cars doing? How is the automobile sector doing? And just for clarification purposes, Rolls-Royce is not in the automobile business. We do have the Rolls-Royce cars, which have our brand. And the brand is an extremely strong thing, as you'll all realize as you go through your education and through your future careers. And I think today Rolls-Royce, as we exist, is in three sectors. We are in the civil aerospace business, in the defense business, and we are in the power systems business. So these three businesses, we are present globally across all markets. And we work with governments, we work with the private sectors, we create supply chains. We are very integrated into the society in every nook and corner of the world. Now, these three businesses for us in India are also very vibrant and are present in its fullest extent. So we power the Jaguars combat aircraft, we power the Hawk trainer aircraft, we power the C-130Js. Those are all powered by Rolls-Royce engines. We also power, frigates, destroyers, Coast Guard fast patrol vehicles, and so many more of the marine products that we see in the defense sector. We also, every second aircraft that lands in India today on a wide body configuration has a Rolls-Royce engine in it in the civil aerospace segment. And last but not the least, our power systems business is in reciprocating engines. If you go to major five-star hotels or you go to the major airports, the backup power is provided by our reciprocating engines. The same reciprocating engines are also powering ships and boats for defense, army tanks, and also the FICVs into the future. So overall, the three businesses here constitute a short cycle business volume as well as a very long cycle business. And so it involves a lot of talent management, it involves a lot of strategy, it involves a lot of changes that we have to adapt to on a daily basis because the environment around us shifts all the time. And needless to say, I think the shift in the environment has not been more visible than it has been over the last 2 years. And when the COVID times came, we are in the civil aerospace business, which is more than 50% of our global business volume. And in there, all air travel stopped. And so all tourism, all business travel, everything is stopped. And so in principle, we had to figure out how to tide the crisis. And it was not like there was time given to us. It was all happening within a month or two. And over the process, we had to figure out how to protect the company. And to protect the company, what was very obvious right up front was that cash was required. And so we figured out an answer to how to make ourselves cash, sort of strong. And how do we generate the cash to go through this crisis? Knowing fully well, we didn't know how long the crisis would last. But as we, sort of shored up our finances and as we shored up our financial positions, it was also very obvious to us that we got to preserve our talent. And if we did not have the talent preserved, then I think, as soon as the markets open up, we should be able to serve our customers, the existing customers. But as we serve our existing customers and make sure the products and services work well in that time, it was also a very imperative for us that we position ourselves for the future. And so we cannot let go of the programs that we are working in. So we had to make sure financially we are safe, and then we had to make sure preservation of talent happens, and we had to make sure that the positioning for the future happens through appropriate programs. So there was a lot of decision making, very quick decision making involved, and also a lot of quick changes, pluses, minuses, all that had to be done in a very, very short time frame. So I think, in terms of protect, preserve, and position, it was a very, very strong focus. And over a period of time, we figured out what to do. It took us about 6 to 8 months, but we still didn't know when the crisis would be over and when things will change. As we go through it today, I believe that that still hasn't changed a whole lot. But what we figured out in this process is that the technology has been changing a lot. And if we don't adapt to the new technologies, our company did not have video calls all the time. But once the crisis hit, we had to figure out how to get 55,000 employees sort of on a video conference mode, able to work from home, able to communicate with each other. And the technology was becoming the key focal point for us to do all this and bring it all together. The second thing, in terms of talent, it's not like, I talked about it a little bit before, but I think the talent is the way that talent actually moves and way the talent thinks has become very different. How people want to work anymore, how people look at work-life balance, how people look at things has completely changed. And so we had to look at talent from a very different perspective and with a lot of unknowns. And last but not the least, I think somebody mentioned before, it was about trust. It's not like, human beings inherently want to trust each other, but to trust each other is, the word itself is a nice word, but it takes a lot of effort and it takes years of bridge building, but then it can be destroyed with just one action. And I think that part of things is where, we had to figure out how to keep it all together with our people and to make sure that we are changing with the times and we are making sure that we're doing the right things that will address the needs of the hour. And so between the technology changes that was happening, between the trust building and the efforts that was required for us to keep the bridges built, and the talent in terms of making sure we retain them, in terms of making sure we recruit them, these were all extremely critical for us. And we were talking about the changing paradigms that was existing in the world. And like I said, work from home, work-life balance, many, many things in terms of talent, in terms of technology. It has been the video conferencing that we do more and more and more, in terms of no travel, in terms of no people interactions between each other, no coffee, coffee pit stops in the office or chatting with our colleagues, all those was taken away. So what does it mean to us, right? I mean, as leaders, it was extremely important that we were adaptable to the entire situation. But what does adaptability mean? And in my view, I think adaptability is the ability to change. And if we don't see that things are changing, that's a big flaw in itself. And as students in the university, I think you would have seen that, your life has changed a lot, individuals. But as you went through the change, you quickly figured out how to make sure that you're attending classes, you're able to attend classes in a remote mode. You take exams remotely. You figure out how to study without having group study sessions with colleagues or students, fellow peer students. And you figure out how to adapt yourself. But people who don't adapt and say, I don't like it, or I don't feel like it, or I don't think I can do it, are left behind. So adaptability and the ability to look at change, accept the change, embrace the change became extremely important from a leadership point of view. The second one is agility, right? And I think, needless to say, that all countries, right, all the leadership, the government leadership of every country was strained because of infrastructure, lack of infrastructure, because of the pace at which the virus hit us, and at how we were struggling to sort of, recover, recuperate, protect, serve. All these things had to happen extremely fast. And all you have to do is go back 2 years and you'll figure out how quickly humanity responded. And that same agility had to be with the companies as well. Things that we said will never happen, like a vaccine development, it takes about 15, 20 years. And today the vaccine development happened within 1 year. And they all said the vaccines have been tested and it's tried and everything, but then everybody accepted it and said, look, when it's a life or death situation, we were willing to take a chance. So the ability to take calculated risks, and the ability to see and say, if this risk mitigation procedures are in place and we take the risk, then we have the ability to change. And if we do this quickly, we have the ability to change and survive. So addressing the change at pace became very important. But also what has happened is that leadership has changed completely. There is, the way bosses work with employees, the employer-employee relationships, the employee-to-employee relationships, all these have changed. And today, I did hear it mentioned in the previous speeches about humility. And I think humility has become a very, very important factor. And with humility, I believe it is very important for leaders to analyze themselves and see who are they and what are they doing that is good and what are the better ifs. And if this constant feedback session does not happen within each and every individual to promote themselves to be better that much and to be that person that people want to follow or listen to, I think the game is lost. And in my view, I look at that as authenticity of the individuals, and authentic leadership has become the buzzword for it. But in reality, it's about figuring out who we are, what are our shortcomings, and what are the better ifs, and what is it we do well, and what is it people want to look up to or to follow us as we move forward. I think it's going to be very important as we adapt to changes with pace and agility to also embrace the humanity, and embrace the human factor and be authentic leaders. So in principle, it has been in some ways a journey that all of us will never forget in this lifetime. But our memory is such that we always start accepting newer and newer things and then start putting things in the background. It'll be very good if we don't do that and we are able to keep this in the front and remember what all happened and how things happened and how things went good or bad for the individuals and their experiences, and sort of learn from it and make sure we never forget a good crisis. So I'm going to stop right there, and I'm going to say, Charles Darwin said this, and I always believe it is very applicable in our current situation. It is not the strongest of the species that survives, neither is it the most intelligent. It is the one that is most adaptable to change that actually survives. So on that good note, I think all of you will do very well. And I think there is an inherent ability of everybody to want to do more, to be ambitious, to take it to the next level. And it can all be done when we understand that change is there, pace of change is there, and at the end of the day, we are human beings. Thank you very much for this opportunity, really. And it's been a pleasure to be here with you all. Thank you. Back to you, Sumit.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable insights. That was truly informative and wonderful. And I guess we are going to take a lot of learnings from you shortly. Thank you so much, sir, for your time. Now I feel extremely exhilarated to invite our next guest. Ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to be in the company of Mr. Amit Yadav, Vice President, Global Head, Strategy and Transformation, PepsiCo, Texas, USA. He has more than 22 years of experience in running, setting up, designing, transitioning, and transforming GBS organizations in the CPG and retail industry. As part of his previous roles at Genpact, Infosys Consulting, TCS, and WNS, he has helped companies like P&G, Cadbury's, Dr. Pepper, Kimberly-Clark, and General Motors in setting up, operating, and transforming their GBS organizations. He holds an MBA in Finance and Marketing from Indian School of Business and is a gold medalist chartered accountant from Institute of Chartered Accountants of India and has Bachelor of Commerce from Pune University. So with great joy and honor, I invite and welcome Mr. Amit Yadav, sir, to share his insights with all of us present here today. Very warm welcome to you, sir.
Thank you so much, Sumit. Can you guys hear me all right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, cool. Okay. So don't call me sir, call me Amit. Amit is fine. Okay. This is a rule that I generally have, and I've told this to you, Sumit, when we spoke last, right? I feel very uncomfortable when people call me sir. The corporate world has changed. Nobody calls anybody sir. But it's just, anyways, thank you. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity and giving me this, even the opportunity to listen to all the professors and the eminent speakers that I'm listening to. It is always tough to go last when you are talking about leadership, because by then everybody has covered everything that had to be covered about leadership and the paradigm shift that's happening in leadership. So while I was going through and while I was listening to that, I had made points on what I had to say, and I was like, oh, this one is done, this one is done, this one is done, this one is done. So, it kind of left me thinking about what can I talk about. So let me talk about, a few things which maybe we haven't covered as much, because we definitely spoke about ambiguity. We definitely spoke about empathy. We definitely spoke about change that is happening. We spoke about, the human-centric approach to leadership that needs to happen. And obviously, how the world has changed overall. Is it okay if I share my screen? Is that something that I can do? Okay.
Yes,
Yes,
very
yes.
Okay, cool. So, hold on. Let me see how I can do this better. I do want to talk about PepsiCo a little bit, and then I'll talk a little bit about leadership as well. Let me know when you guys can see my screen.
Yes, we can. We can.
Oh. So, PepsiCo, very similar. I think, it was amazing to know about Rolls-Royce before, and I've had the pleasure of being in their offices here in the US before, and it is always amazing to let people understand that how Rolls-Royce as an organization is so much into aeronautics and defense and those side of the business other than what people generally think. So similarly, when people talk of Pepsi and PepsiCo, people think of us as the beverage and the drink brand, but we are far more diversified global portfolio. We have n number of brands, but there are at least 23 of our brands which are $1 billion brands, and we are a lot into in health foods and food businesses as well. So I just wanted to give a sense to everybody of the kind of brands that we own. One of the brands that you might be surprised, it shows Starbucks over here, but Starbucks as a brand is obviously not owned by PepsiCo, but the bottled products of Starbucks, which are seen around the world in supermarkets and in many restaurants, those are bottled and are owned by PepsiCo as well. So that's why we put that brand over there. But so definitely wanted to talk a little bit about that. I'm not going to go through and read through the slides. You guys are very smart. You know how these slides are. But we are on a mission to have a more positive, profitable impact to the planet. In fact, our CEO Ramon has been talking about PEP positivity, which is more about planets along with profits rather than just looking at profits as such. So we are definitely looking at a more ethical way of growing our business. The world is very different and we need to be all very cognizant of that. So I think those are very important aspects of today's world. Climate change and being sustainable and looking at corporate social responsibilities have become equally important than looking at just the profits and the income statements and balance sheets and cash positions as such. I loved the message that we heard from Mr. Jayaraman about how do you preserve and how do you position yourself far differently. So we are trying to do something very similar within the PepsiCo brand as well. Now, coming over to what we should be talking about, I thought let's talk a little bit about building a culture of leadership rather than just talking about leadership. And I wanted to tell a story about and this is an anecdote that I've heard, and I don't know if these anecdotes are true or not, but if it is true, it's a very wonderful story. Even if it is not, I think it is very, very relevant. Mr. Jayaraman and I hadn't spoken before, but he very aptly closed his speech by quoting Darwin. And Darwin spoke about apes and humans and the evolution of humans from that perspective. So this is a story about monkeys, and this is about an experiment, supposedly an experiment that was being done by certain social behavioral scientists, that they put a monkey in a cage, and at the top of that cage they hung a bunch of bananas, right? And monkey, being a monkey, obviously was very, very interested in going and eating that banana. But as soon as he would try to go and grab a banana, he would be showered with really ice cold water. The monkey tried once and twice and thrice, and then he essentially realized that, hey, this is not going to work. These bananas are not meant for me. I should not touch them. The moment I touch them, I'm going to be showered with really ice cold water. So he gives up on the bananas, right? Then they introduce another monkey in. Now this other monkey tries to go for the banana, and the first monkey is trying to pull him down, saying, are you crazy? Because if you try to go up, even I'm going to get sprayed with ice cold water. So they fight. The other monkey sometimes wins. As soon as he goes up, he gets sprayed. Everybody gets sprayed with ice cold water. Over a period of time, he learns that this is not useful as well. They put in a third monkey. The third monkey tries going up. Now there are two monkeys already. They really beat him down, and he has no clue what's happening, right? Because he's being beaten down for bananas, and he looks at them puzzlingly, saying, how crazy are you? Why are you not going for the bananas? The experiment goes on, and over a period of time, there are like 5 monkeys in there. And, they have actually taken away the first 2 monkeys, which had actually seen the ice cold water. And there's 5 monkeys have never experienced the ice cold water, but none of them are going and even, trying to get the bananas, because that's how culture gets built, right? Over a period of time, we don't even know why things are done the way things are. We just keep doing it the way it is. So in my view, more than leadership and more than trying to lead, what you should do as MBA students as you go out is to first be part of companies that have culture that resonates with you, right? It is very important for you to do that. But more importantly, it is relevant that you build a culture, right? And in my mind, what we are trying to do within my team and within my organization is a culture of 3 particular aspects. And I thought I should talk about those because those are relevant for you all to think about as well, right? The first part of it was being comfortable with ambiguity, right? There is this, our ways of learning, our ways of working always give us this thought process that there is always an answer. Wherever there is a question, there is an answer. And the expectation of an answer as soon as a question is asked is kind of now wired within our brain. And I think it is important for us to know that we have to be comfortable with ambiguity. We have to know that sometimes there are no clear answers. The world is not black or white. In fact, it's many shades of gray, and it is impossible to know where you are, right? So if you as leaders, as you go out into the world, and when you are trying to, build your own companies or become part of large organizations, be very comfortable with ambiguity, because ambiguity is going to always be there. And the more you try to stay away from ambiguity, and the more you try to, look at everything black and white, it becomes very, very difficult. Many people have asked me, because I'm a chartered accountant and I also did my MBA, that, what is the difference between being a chartered accountant and MBA? And many people now even say that, why MBAs are not even useful. You can read 10 books and it becomes very easy. And maybe for some people it is, right? But the things that I learned in MBA, one of the things that I didn't learn during my CA, and I'm very proud to be a chartered accountant as well, that in the world of finance and being a chartered accountant, everything was always black and white, right? Everything needed to have an answer, versus the business sometimes doesn't have answers. So I think that was one very important thing that I learned during my MBA, and hopefully with your case studies and what you are doing, you will be able to learn that too. So that was point number 1, right? To being comfortable with ambiguity and being able to thrive in that ambiguity and win in that ambiguity will be a very, very, very critical aspect of becoming a leader. Feel free to ask me questions. I'm very good at reading chat. So if you have questions, put it in the chat. I'll be more than happy to stop and respond to those, right? The second one is actually leading without authority, right? It is very critical for you to know that being a leader is not about being in a position, right? It's not about being a president or a vice president or a CEO or a team leader, right? It's about taking responsibility and taking charge of a situation. And not every time it comes with authority, right? And if you learn how to lead without authority, you will be a far more successful individual than every time if you look at saying that, okay, who is going to take a leadership, and I don't even have this position, or it is not my job. And the more we are trying to do this, the better it becomes, right? So when you own the culture, when you lead without authority, right, that becomes a very, very, very important aspect of how the world will see you. So Be comfortable with ambiguity, lead without authority, right? And the last part is fail fast, right? Somehow, somewhere, at least in my experience, I was always taught to be first time right? That you have to do everything correctly, you have to do it right, you have to be absolutely perfect. And what I have learned over a period of time, that that's not important. In fact, it's important to do multiple things and fail miserably at them, right? Don't be afraid of failures. In fact, fail as much as you can, but know when to quit, right? So if you're able to fail fast, learn from that, move on, you will become a far better leader and a far better asset to any work that you are doing, right? Get over this concept that everything is going to be right. In fact, be proud of your failures, try to do them more and more, right? So going away from what you are doing and failing fast, because it goes with the first two aspects as well, right? When you are in an ambiguous world where you don't know what the answers are, how black and white the world is not, it's very important for you to try out things and see what works, right? The second part of the leading without authority is also about that. Especially to the students who are in your first year, I would say that use these 2 years even more so to experiment things, right? Try things that you never tried before, right? Don't try to be right. In fact, it is boring to be right? Be wrong, right? Give wrong answers in the class if need be, but do it with an experimentation thought process, right? What are you trying to learn? Because the more you are going to make mistakes, the more you are going to learn, right? So to me, these are the three aspects which will build a culture of leadership, and in which you don't need a leader. There is no single person who is a leader, right? If you are looking at a team and if you're looking at being a leader, it becomes really impossible in this world to go after. I forgot who, but one of your professors or somebody at the start spoke about this research about how there are many companies that have very senior leadership and then frontline workers and frontline supervisors. It's kind of true in many senses, but it is more also true in a very philosophical sense, that the expectation is that you are going to take charge and you are going to create a leadership and you are going to become what the company or the organization or the team that you are part of needs, right? So you have to tell me if if I am on the right track, and if this is something which helps you or not, right? I can always speak a little bit more about a few things others that I wanted to talk about, but listening to some of the other speakers, I thought these are the three things that we should talk about. I do want to talk to you students at some point of time about why to do MBA and what to expect from your MBA, and maybe that's a different time and a different different talk that we can organize. I don't want to go over the allotted time that was given to me, so I'm going to stop, but I am more than happy. I know there are 500 people and it doesn't matter, but if a few of you have any questions, I'm more than happy to answer them.
Any questions from the participants?
Students like Sir said, you can put it on the chat box itself.
It's okay. I know I give such amazing talks that I'm so clear that people generally have no questions. I know I'm that good, but that's fine, right? You guys can look me up on LinkedIn, and you guys can always get in touch with me if you have any questions, and I'll be more than happy to talk to them, talk about those. But it was a pleasure, and thank you, Sumit, and thank you everybody else who's been a part of this organizing committee for giving me a chance to be here.
Thank you so much, Amit, for your precious words, times, and insights. And your session was really informative and wonderful. And I really like your sense of humor as well. Thank you so much, sir. Now I kindly request Dr. Shilpa Bide ma'am to extend vote of thanks. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Sumit. First of all, I would like to thank both our speakers, guest speakers today, Mr. Kishore Jairaman and Mr. Amit Yadav, for accepting our invitation and being here with us. I would like to extend my gratitude to Mr. Kishore Jairaman, sir. Sir, your talk was really inspiring, motivating, and I'm sure the students will learn a lot from it. I would extend my thanks to Mr. Amit Yadav for sparing his time, especially on Thanksgiving today. And I believe it's very late now in the US, but thank you so much for being with us here and sparing your time and sparing your knowledge and experience with us. I'm sure we'll have another session with both the guest speakers whenever they have time, because today's time was a little limited, but we would like to hear from you more. So we would like to have you in the department also someday in the future, as well as in online sessions like this. It's always a great pleasure to listening to the great leaders from the industry and business, because they share their experiences and knowledge, which is very valuable for all the students and the participants. So again, I thank both of you for being here for us and making this inaugural event a great success. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Yadav and Mr. Jairam.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now I request my colleague, Ms. Seerat Beg, to join us and take over from my side. Thank you very much, everyone. Have a great day ahead.
So once again, good morning and welcome to one and all present for the Global Leadership Summit. The topic of discussion for panel 1 is Leadership in VUCA World. Let me take this opportunity to introduce our honorable guest speakers of panel 1, Mr. Naveen Kumar, Mr. Abhinav Deshmukh, and Mr. Nitin Michael. I welcome you all on behalf of Department of Management Sciences, PUMBA. We also have our respected faculty members from Department of Management Sciences, PUMBA. As our chairperson for today's panel discussion 1, we have Dr. B.V. Sangwikar sir. As the moderator of the panel discussion 1, we have Dr. Shilpa Bide ma'am, followed by the Q&A session, which will be conducted by Dr. Rajesh Pahurkar sir. And last but not the least, we have Dr. Ashutosh Kote sir, who would be giving the vote of thanks. Before we begin our discussion, I would like to share a few words about our honorable guest speakers. To begin with, our guest speaker, Mr. D. Naveen Kumar. He is Associate Director and Group Head of Care Ratings Limited with over 12 years of experience in credit risk analysis. He is involved in ratings of large and medium corporates across several sectors: infrastructure, power, pharmaceuticals, manufacturing, agro, real estate, edible oils, and many more. He is also the sector specialist for pharmaceuticals industry. Furthermore, he is also a regular speaker at various industry forums and is regularly conducting webinars and sector presentations to banks and NBFCs. Prior to CARE, Mr. Naveen has experience of working with Bank of Baroda in credit appraisal falling under mid-corporate category. He is an MBA from Department of Management Sciences, PUMBA, and has done his BTech from Jawaharlal Nehru Technological University. We welcome you, sir. Next, I would like to introduce our guest speaker, Mr. Abhinav Deshmukh, who is currently the Vice President at Credit Suisse. Mr. Abhinav has completed his Bachelor's of Engineering from Amravati University and is an MBA executive from Department of Management Sciences, PUMBA. He has previously worked with UBS, JP Morgan Services India Limited, and Infosys. We are pleased to have you here today for the Global Leadership Summit, sir. Next, I would like to introduce our last guest speaker, Mr. Nitin Michael. Mr. Nitin Michael is the founder and managing director of Synchronize, where he develops films and television productions and handles strategic partnership for the company's global distribution arm. Named as the MIP TV producer, Mr. Nitin has been a very active in the global media industry for 15 years, managing content licensing, channel distribution, and production. Prior to launching Synchronize, Mr. Nitin worked for India's broadcast giant, Zee Entertainment Enterprises Limited, that is Zeal, for 13 years, as well as India's Times Group. Prior to founding Synchronize, Mr. Nitin was a part of Zeal's Dubai office, where he rose to regional sales head and vice president of MEA, Turkey, and Pakistan. He headed the syndication business there and also handled multiple co-production deals in both Middle East and in Africa, working with major broadcasts in that region. Mr. Nitin holds an MBA from marketing from Department of Management Sciences, PUMBA. In June 2021, he was elected as a member of the Academy of Television Arts and Sciences, the International Emmy Award organization. Sir, we are pleased to have you with us today. Without any further delay, let us begin with the panel discussion on leadership in VUCA world. I request Dr. Shilpa Bhide ma'am to kindly take over as the moderator for the session.
Thank you so much, Seerat. Am I audible to everybody?
Yes, ma'am.
So volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. This is how the business world is now. With these crises, economic crisis, pandemic, it's really interesting to know how these leaders operate in this VUCA world, which is the topic for today's panel discussion. As we all know that the business world is marked by all these crises, and the leaders not only have to survive and sustain, but they also have to be successful in this VUCA world. So let us hear from them today as to what are their experiences, how they survived, how they sustained, and how they have become successful in this risky VUCA world. To begin with, I would request Mr. Abhinav Deshmukh to share his thoughts on this topic. Over to you, Abhinav.
Yeah, thanks, madam. Thanks all. Am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, all right. First of all, thanks for PUMBA for arranging this interesting session. And it's a great topic because currently we all are living in this world, which is completely dominated by VUCA. There is volatility, there is this new news, new virus again coming along. So it also talks about the uncertainty we have. I see a great participant turnout of around 400, 450 people. So great to see you or hear you, all of you all. With that, I would just like to share the screen. Just give me a second. So the topic of today's work is leading in a VUCA world. I think there is no much ambiguity around whether we would be looking at VUCA world in coming times because we are in the VUCA world. So it becomes all the more important that how do we survive and make ourselves more relevant in the current times. So with that, my whole idea or my today's presentation is around how did we land up here? So what led to the emergence of VUCA world? What were the previous management style or leadership style that existed prior to VUCA world? How do we sustain or make a mark in coming times? And what kind of leadership or what kind of attributes we should depict? So on that, I would like to talk first, more or less baselining. I think the first is when we say leadership, right? It should not mean that we should be a manager or somewhere in a senior position to be a leader. I think we all are leader in our own lives. Even if you are a student, you are a leader of the class. If you're, some people are leader of their house, some people are leader of an institute they are. So I think it is not necessary that when anyone, or if I happen to talk or Naveen or anyone talks about leadership, it does not mean that once you become into a senior position, then only this is relevant to you. It applies to the very next moment we end this summit, that what kind of qualities and attributes do you need to project in this coming time. So that's one. The second was thinking global, because the new onset of this entire transition to the new set of economy is highly global. We will be seeing a lot of already the impact of being in a global environment. I happen to just within 500 meters, you won't be surprised that we have the best motorcycles in town. The Ducati showroom is just 500 meters. We have the best set of cars available in Pune. So all that talks about at what level of globalization we are. The best products in town, the best services in town are launched the same day across countries. So essentially it means we are extremely global and we are as good as a flat world is what we can talk about. So with that, as a basic or some kind of a baselining, I would like to talk about VUCA or introduce this topic in detail. So essentially what Madam mentioned, right, is that it is volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. I think volatility basically talks about the dynamic rate of change. I think we would be looking at, we were in an environment of having a classroom sessions before, and now within a span of 1 year, we are no longer in classrooms and the entire education industry has taken for a complete transition. So this is what is called a dynamic rate of change. We are looking at highly, I would say, from state A to state B, it happens at a dynamic rate. The second is uncertainty. I think this current times, many of us have to reinvent their supply chain For years, they were dependent on their suppliers for a lot of things. But this uncertainty of whether can we move people, can we move goods around the corner, all that brings the uncertainty into picture. There is complexity of interdependent systems. I think a good example to quote is currently we have massive manufacturing stalling on back of chips that are getting manufactured out of Taiwan. So because of there is absence of chips, there are cars which are not getting produced in America. So it basically talks about in this complexity, we are highly interdependent on our systems and our manufacturing supply chain cycles. And again, there is this ambiguity of knowledge, right? We every day look at how we are getting challenged in terms of what inputs we have, what we don't have, and have we assessed them completely and accurately in this landscape. So all this is the premise of what we say as volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. So the intention of, now that we know that this is what we are, we would like to also talk about essentially what does leader today are facing. So all the leaders are impacted with this kind of scenario. No industry or no individual is somewhere aloof out of it. And at the same time, I would like to say that the whole VUCA is not outcome of COVID or something that has happened 2 years back. It has been around for quite long. I think in the last 10 years, we have seen continuous disruption, be it telecom, be it manufacturing, be it car manufacturing, steel industry. Everybody was in the middle of the VUCA. All that, it has amplified because of COVID. It has really made us to really, it has trickled down to everyone's life in this current time. So all this is essentially more relevant than before. So with that, I will move ahead to what were the key drivers to that really led to this VUCA world. I think one was quickly evolving environment. All of a sudden, a lot of consumption patterns or how consumers or the end partners or the regulators are looking at their needs is highly changing. We are seeing a lot of dynamic regulations that are happening. If you look at 2 years back, we have discrediting of some of the apps that we have from our neighboring country. A lot of these apps were having a massive pull in terms of customers and growth. So all of a sudden that got environment. So that entire regulatory environment changed. So again, it goes back to a quickly evolving environment. There's constant introduction of disruptive technology. Somewhere 5-10 years back, we moved from, I would say, from a manual banking to digital banking. And now all of a sudden we are completely on a mobile banking platform wherein we don't carry any cards. We're completely using our phone to do our primary source of banking. Then we look at accelerating digitization and democratization of information. All this has led to one, there are deeper insights about customers, about products and services that can be made available. There is transient, I would say, continuous demand of new services and products by the consumers as well. And all that makes it difficult for leaders or someone who is running an industry or a service to continuously grapple with what is the next that the consumer or the end user wants. So all this is basically requiring a more deeper insight of the digital data and the information that is underlyingly driving this. And at the same time, there is this constant war for talent. So in the current world, I think the most strong enabler to this transition in the digital world or a very flat global world is having a strong skill set of not only hard skills and soft skills, but also it definitely brings a strong recognition for how technologically savvy you are and how detailed you are in terms of this transition to the digital world, I would say. So with that, these 3-4 are the underlying themes that led to this VUCA world, and this has been around for quite long. A good example to talk about this is Amazon. I think it completely transformed the entire, I would say, $1 trillion worth of retail industry, where previously the look and feel shops or the brick and mortar shops were the, I would say, the norm of existing in the market. But slowly they start creating a new environment where they started pricing products highly discounted, started targeting their customers. They continuously brought disruptive technologies of like delivering in one day, a quicker TAT. Then they started using all the data sets to reinvent or re-innovate their supply chain so that they can target their customers quicker So they can target a 1-day delivery or a 4-hour delivery, which is slowly becoming the norm. And all this is enabled by the talent. So I'll request somebody.
Requesting everybody to just be on
I
mute.
think-
We have to
I
listen
think
to the panelists.
now that we slowly introduce what is VUCA, what led us here, I think what is that we should target among ourselves as the new, I would say, qualities that a leader should imbibe in himself, or how should he approach this coming world. So with that, I am introducing this topic that the only way to survive, I wouldn't say the only, but I would say the elephant in the room largely is that what is the change that we would like to bring in us, and how is the mindset change that we should bring out. So to introduce that, I thought about talking about 3 aspects. It's a very old leadership concept about ABC of leadership, which is attitude. So one is we have to continuously think that your mindset should be winning attitude, respecting other, and adapting to change as entrepreneur or as an employee. There should be strong behavioral changes that an individual should seek as to keep on inspiring his employees, motivating them. And then there is this competency as to he has to have an excellent communication skills, people management, have a strong business insight, and ability to accept and initiate change. I think ability to accept change and delivering the next set of results, I think that's foremost important how we would like to take this ahead. So with that, 3 premises, I would also talk about what was the past and what is the future that we should look at. So from the past, I think if you read all 6 adjectives, which talks about the traditional leadership that we have, it was very conservative, passive, belonging, autocratic, arrogance, someone would like to say, and there is critical. All these are basically, people might perceive these as, I would say, negative attributes, but I think they were largely driven by, there were large monopolistic businesses before in the last 50 years. And all this led to be, all these qualities derived from that. You are conservative when you are already monopolistic, right? You don't have to try something new. You're very sure that it is going to click year after year after year, right? So all this is the driving force. I think if someone reads arrogance in that attribute, I think the good example to talk about when Mr. Henry Ford said that you can have any color of the car you want as long as it's black. So essentially he came with a car which was only available in black in color. So it basically talks about how dominant position he was in when he was presenting a small car for everyone when he introduced this topic. So with all this, I would like to transition to what would be the new set of influences or the new set of leadership that we should have. I think foremost important to talk about sustainable productivity. Climate change is real. So I think the new set of leaders have to factor that out when rolling out their services and products, that how sustainable they are in the long run, and that will have a strong impact on customer and how they perceive these products and services. There has to be a very strategic focus on what they are trying to achieve. There is no time for people experimenting with very vague ideas. I think everybody is targeting a very niche in the market. And that's the whole idea around strategic focus. You have to be very decisive, because as we transition into a highly volatile world, it is more important to be decisive and quick enough to assess your risk and make relevant decisions. Extremely important to have teamwork, importance of vision, and I would say the courageous authenticity of coming ahead and delivering your results is all the more important. So I think once I've introduced these topics, I would like to talk about, this is more of a survey that was recently conducted in 2019 by Deloitte. I think they did a similar dipstick among the participants and tried to understand that what is the most relevant qualities that people should have in order to survive these times. So I think it again reemphasizes that, one, you should be able to lead in this complexity and ambiguity environment. You need to lead through influence. A good example to lead through influence, I would say, is a lot of CEOs are leveraging Twitter or other digital platforms to give a direction of what they are trying to achieve, so that even if they cannot communicate through the traditional channels like newspapers or their yearly annual statements, they can be instantly in reach of their shareholders, their employees, their consumers, all through a social engagement platform. I think another important trend that people would have to assimilate is ability to manage teams remotely. I think previously there was a sole concept of you going to an office and exercising power and control. I think that is all of the past. I think it again goes back to how strongly you can influence people on a remote basis. Slowly, we have to manage a workforce of humans and machine. I think we cannot just limit ourselves, our leadership, to just managing people or being very strong on the human aspect of it. We have to slowly start looking at how we can manage systems, how we can look at delivering our services through machines as well. I think something which probably we would see it coming in next 10 to 15 years. And yes, foremost, I think in the time of ambiguity, the only way is to lead more quickly. Like you have to just accept that there are certain ambiguities that you would need to adjust to and still make a path in this current times. So with these important aspects, I would talk about more detailed about these qualities. And I think when I talk about this, I think I would like to really talk about someone which I feel that who is projecting this. It's always good to talk about these attributes where you have some role model in front of you. I think there are many people who can project this, but I think the foremost I would say is Elon Musk. I think many people on the forum would like to acknowledge him for his commitment or his ability to influence people through hypermedia or using himself available across platforms through video and I would say social media. I think he also projects his ability to manage remotely. He has factories across US, China, even in Germany is coming across. So that again, he shows as a leader, he shows all these qualities. So hence, I'm again going to take his example and his strong, I would say, understanding of technology, ability to solve complex problems using technology. So I think all this has, I would say, snowballed into a very strong person who has strong vision of future, has a strong understanding of technology, and also delivery skills that are unmatched. All that has resulted into his phenomenal growth. Additionally, I would say about him is he also depicts important qualities, continuous change, which often requires fast decision. I think in his current environment, he came across an example to quote would be, as part of car manufacturing, there were multiple pieces of cars which needs to be welded, and that was delaying the entire manufacturing process of getting his car out. He essentially came with a massive, I would say, press. Like basically he rolls whatever rolled aluminum into it and ships out a car and drastically reduces his manufacturing cycles. So essentially this shows that he understands the problem, identifies what is the root cause, and quickly sets the course of change by making fast decisions. Also, I think one of the core highlight of this is that there was always some talk about change management and how do we adapt change. This would be more constant and quicker in this coming times. And I think the leaders in coming times should have to be anticipating that the change is just around the corner, should be modeling scenarios, developing an agile and a responsive approach to it, and thinking beyond their businesses and reaching out to society at large. So with that, I think that's the whole idea I had around managing or emerging leadership in the VUCA world, or how do we lead ourselves or as individuals or as junior employees or someone out of college, how should we go ahead and approach this current times? So with that, I'm done. Thanks.
Yes, Abhinay, it is actually very important to understand the drivers of the VUCA world, and then the leader needs to strategize and navigate that. With this, I would like to turn to Nitin Michael. Nitin, what were your experiences as an entrepreneur, as somebody who is working abroad and carrying on his business in different country than you did? Over to you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Shilpa ma'am. And firstly, thanks to everyone at PUMBA for inviting me. And it's nice to be with Anubhav and Naveen here today. Okay, so like I said, I'm from the media industry, which is, I'm sure Shilpa ma'am also would agree that from a PUMBA perspective, those people from the media industry are very small in number. And so it's a new industry for a lot of us, even when we left PUMBA itself, and to move from that. And I started off my job in China. So I think VUCA as a word was existing unconsciously from a long time. When you start working in a place like China, there is enough of all of these things: volatility, uncertainty, complexity, ambiguity by virtue of being in a place like China is obvious. And then to have worked across those geographies, and now to be for the past 10 odd years to be in Dubai, and currently, like I said, we took this step of starting a business, and then fortunately the pandemic hit, or unfortunately the pandemic hit, but worked well for us. Currently, in about a year or two, we've managed to value ourselves as a $20 million company in 2 years, which I think is, which speaks volumes for itself. But that's the thing, right? For me, like Anubhav was saying earlier, VUCA, I think, while it's a term that's been coined fairly recently, I think it's in principle, it's been there, I suppose, forever. You've always had situations where the markets have been volatile. There has been uncertainty about a lot of things. Complexity always existed. Ambiguity always existed. Now, as an entrepreneur, what happens is, when you're, of course, in the corporate world, these exist now thanks to the pandemic. It's like there's a speakerphone that's blaring out these things even more loudly to you. As an entrepreneur, it's you put your head into the speakerphone, basically. That's what really happens when you're an entrepreneur. You're going head first into these things. So as an entrepreneur, it's very important potentially to understand how does one work in this situation? How can one succeed, or at least try to succeed? There is no formula in this VUCA world to, no one can write a book. There's no 4 Ps or whatever of marketing that can take you through this. You have to sort of figure it out on the way. So Satya Nadella, who was the CEO of Microsoft, he basically, and I'm going to quote him here, he said, "The role of leadership today is to bring clarity in uncertain times. The more uncertain things are, the more leadership is required. There is no job description for what you're facing, no rule book. Today's leaders need to thrive in the face of uncertainty." So, I mean, that's what it is, right? So, I mean, I think one of the key words for me as an entrepreneur, and I think for everyone who's in an entrepreneurial sort of scenario, is the word hustle. I think hustle is always taken in a very negative sense, but I think if you're able to hustle through the situation, it means you're basically, for me, hustle means if you're able to go past that discomfort and work in a very smart way, I think potentially you have an opportunity to rise above the rest, or at least make a mark for yourself. So, I mean, and again, thanks to the pandemic and all of that, a lot of us and even a lot of you students are going to be some of us have the opportunity to decide when you want to become an entrepreneur, but a lot of us would have to become an entrepreneur by default, unfortunately, not by design, because that's just how it's going to be. Some of us are going to lose jobs, and then if you want to survive, you have to hustle, and one of the ways of hustling is probably becoming an entrepreneur using those skill sets that you already had, and I think that's what an entrepreneur can do very differently. I mean, I was hearing Kishore speaking earlier, and even Amit, for example, and they've obviously covered all those things. And while those things are very applicable in the corporate world, I think even from entrepreneurial kind of space, that those matter. For example, vision and communication. You should have a vision as an entrepreneur, but what's more important is to communicate that vision down to your team or to the people who are working with you, because otherwise you need to run with them. I mean, it's no longer a one-horse race. You need to run with whoever, be it your internal customers, be it your which is your internal team, or your external customers. They need to know your vision, and they need to drive it with you. there is, I mean, I don't think you can, even in the corporate world for that matter, I don't think you can do, you can drive your vision on your own anymore. So communication, and what's the only thing that sort of has gotten added off late is that you need to sprinkle a bit of reality into all of this. I mean, earlier you should say dream big and think big. Sure, dream big, but also add a little bit of reality to it. Give yourself a reality check from time to time, because unfortunately the current VUCA world is very unforgiving. So somewhere down the line, you might, if you miss out that reality check, you might be, floating in the clouds, and soon realize that, you're going to fall. So that's one. Secondly, everyone's talked about acknowledging change. And that's the thing, right? Change is continuous change. In fact, you are already in that change. You've been there in the change for a while, and you're continuing to be in the change. So it's very important to accept that change is not something for the future change. You're already in that space, and you have to deal with it now. There's no other time than the present. Of course, adaptability and flexibility as an entrepreneur, that gets again amplified more, because there are times when you literally are changing plans through a meeting. I mean, you're making a pitch to a client, and clearly that's not gone the way you thought it was going to go. And he has different plans altogether, and that's it. And you've got to make that change in that moment. And which brings me to my next point, which is there really a right decision in this VUCA world? As an entrepreneur, especially, is there a right choice, or is there the best choice in the moment? I mean, because as a leader, you have to decide that you need to make that right choice at that moment, because timeliness is absolutely crucial. So if you're going to go back, unfortunately, as an entrepreneur, you might have just one shot to do something. Or one shot to impress, one shot to get a client. And if in that moment you're not able to adapt, or you're not able to change to that situation, then you've lost that moment. So I think the real thing is not about making the right choice always, but it's to make the best choice in that moment. You can always go back and learn from it, but at least make that choice as a leader. And that's the onus that you carry, unfortunately or fortunately, on yourself. Again, there's one more thing that, I was listening to Abhinav when he was talking about Amazon and it being such an organization that has sort of changed the paradigm, or revolutionized the e-commerce business, for one. That being said, there are still the local brick and mortar stores. They themselves are coming down to sort of to exist with them, which means the market is such that you have to learn to coexist, and you have to accept that that's reality, which means everyone doesn't have to compete. There's still a lot of room for alliances. There's still a lot of room for collaborations. You've got to be smart about it, and you have to acknowledge that you're not running against everyone, and it's potentially not the wisest thing to do to run against everyone. A few years ago when YouTube, quite a few years ago when YouTube was launched, everyone said that it would take up the entire market the way it was, because it was free content and you could watch all of it. But even so, there are paid services now to watch content. You're still paying for Netflix, even though you could potentially get a lot of content for free on YouTube as well. So which means there's always going to be room for everyone. There's going to be room for a good idea. And when we started the business, someone told me that a lot of people said, "Hey, you're starting in the pandemic. That's crazy, man." Whereas one lady from the corporate world, she said, "You couldn't be starting at a better time than this." She said, because unfortunately, when everything is going well, no one really needs a new idea, or no one needs to think differently. But if you start right in the midst of when everything is down, everyone's open to a new idea, and hopefully they hope that you're going to bring that change that turns the trend for them. So for everyone who thinks that we've been hit by the pandemic, things are bad, they are. Undoubtedly they are, but there's also room for opportunity, and this is the moment for everyone to capitalize on that, whether it is in their own corporate careers, or if they want to take that plunge into the world of into the world of being an entrepreneur. There is an opportunity to do that, undoubtedly. But like I said, do it with a sprinkling of reality as well. Don't get carried away with your emotions. There is a reason why you have a heart and a brain. Try and use both of them together. and rather than going in following just in one direction. So that's pretty much it. I don't have too many slides. I mean, and I see Abhinav has already done all the hard work for us. So I'm just going to ride on his back, and then just hope that everyone else has some questions for us, and which we can possibly add some value.
Yes, Nathan rightly said. We can say there is every dark cloud has a silver lining. So there's this VUCA world, there are risks, but there are also opportunities which somebody needs to seize if they want to be successful.
Absolutely.
Moving further, I would like to now turn to Naveen, because Naveen has been a part of the rating area for many years. So what is your take on all these things? Because you've been operating with different sectors, their ratings. So what are your experiences? Over to you, Naveen.
First of all, I would like to thank the entire PUMBA team, yourself, Sangvika sir, Chitra sir, everybody for giving me this opportunity to speak. It's a very wonderful to, first of all, see itself, then what to speak about, coming and speaking here. Of course, I would have been more happy if, some of the people could have, switched on their videos so that we could have seen us. It's looking more like, we are discussing amongst ourselves. So, yeah. Ma'am, first of all, I would like to say that at least myself and Nitin, we are the most luckiest people. Why? Because, we have gone through the two toughest situations in the last 15 years. One is the financial crisis when the Lehman Brothers has crashed and all the story Tata, AG has crashed and everything. The stock market has crumbled and gone below 5,000. It was like so tough situation. All my seniors were like, they got package of somewhere about 78 lakhs. We were happy that we also will be getting, within 6 months, the entire situation has changed. No companies coming. Though companies came and they gave offer letters, but after 1 month they revoked the offer letters. It was disaster. My friends were there in IIM, and they were also the same situation here. There's no different situation, and it's exactly like VUCA. Honestly, it was VUCA, and somehow we didn't have much of scope, but we got into. At that time, Bank of Baroda came and we got placed there somehow. And only 2 people got placed. By the way, it's not that they took a whole bunch of people. That only 2 people got placed, and I was one of the person, fortunately. I know we passed through the situation 2-3 years, and after that, again, the government has changed. And with the change in the government also came so many new rules and regulations, and so many things have changed. And industries have gone through all these phases. And as industries have gone through, the great profiles of all the companies have changed over a period of time. The transparency, the integrity, the corporate governance, everything has, on due course started changing. And the best way to say that, on the current topic, like in Global Leadership Summit, in this, in this world, anybody who has sailed, they definitely has cultivated some kind of leadership qualities. They will actually I would say that people have to go through the difficulties. Unless the people go through the difficulties of the life, how can they become the strong? They have to go through difficulties. My friend recently was telling on beautiful this thing that it is a story which is there in Tirupati temple and all. So the stone which is there in front of Balaji, the stone will tell to Balaji that so you are also black stone, I am also black stone. Why people will worship you so much and nobody worships me, rather they step upon me? Same stone, why it is so different? It's like Then Balaji will tell that see, in order to manufacture you, the person has taken just and cut only some 3 shots and you're out. And to manufacture me, how many times, how many days and how many years he has chiseled me, and how much pain he has caused upon me. And that is the reason why I'm here and you are there. So until and unless you undergo through the beatings, which is given by this world, through various ups and downs of the VUCA world, you will not become strong. And it is very important that we should go through it and we should learn to it. And tough situations only we will make a person tough. And it's not that things have to be easy. I'm saying that companies, I currently rate all the large corporate companies, across India. You take the companies like, I can take the names because, you can see on those rations my names. You can see the Serum, you can see Cipla, you can see Divi's Laboratories, Dr. Reddy's, and all these big companies, will be rating. And I've seen that people there, they are staying for, means when I started doing the rating exercise in 2011, I have been interacting with them and continue to interact with them. They are at that level only. And we don't see that they'll learn. It's not that learning happens by staying by number of years. It's a kind of experiences which you go through in the life. The experiences will make you actually wiser. It's not the number of years you stay at one place. No, we have to go through the tough experiences. As Nitin was rightly telling that he has seen various crescent troughs of the economic cycles, crescent troughs of his own life going ups and down, and took the decision, tough decision. He was confident about it that yes, pandemics doesn't matter. We'll sail through. And he was confident about his contacts, networks, and everything that yes, it's going to happen. So though we may think globally, as I said, that sprinkle reality upon it. Sprinkle. So we can see a nice movie like Bahubali movie or some kind of movie. I know when we come out of theater, we get a kind of feeling that we can do something great. But come to reality, you cannot even fight within one person. So we should be very careful. So you can go through. Means come to reality when you sprinkle the reality. What he said is right. Sprinkle the reality. Very nice word it is. And I'm telling you, India has got such a kind of ability that people have gone through a lot of difficulties and they have got the ability of quality of tenacity to withstand the difficulties of the life. Whether it is a woman or a man, rather women undergo a lot of tenacity than men actually. Whether it's domestically or people who go and work outside, a lot of tenacity is there in India. It's not the same case with the global Western countries and all. Western people still they don't have that much of tenacity. Whereas Indians have tenacity, so much tenacity they have got, and they have got ability to withstand all kinds of difficulties. And I'll just take you one example. When this Taj attack which has happened, terrorist attack, and Taj terrorist attack has happened, when NSG commandos were sent, do you think that NSG commanders will know how actually to operate the CCTV cameras, what is happening outside? Nothing. They do not have so much of technology in it. But they have got one good thing which about them. I'll tell you what are the good things and all. While I'll complete how the operations were taking place. How difficult was their operation? See, if they have to enter into a specific room, there's a complexity is there, volatility is there. All these things are there. The one thing is that there can be some tourist who is staying in that room. That's first option. Second option is terrorist is there in that room, and third option is the combination of terrorist and the tourist. Now, when they enter it, they should come out in such a way that the tourist is not get hurt, and the terrorist is killed. It's pretty difficult. I'm telling you, it's pretty difficult. With a room of somewhere about 700 rooms, somewhere about 7-8 floors, you have to go floor by floor. I'm telling you, the way they did it, amazing, and not even one tourist has died. Not a single tourist has died, and every terrorist has been killed. And then I was trying to go through the case studies and all. Then they're telling that how this was been done. It's not something new. It was been learned in bygone ages from the Mahabharata story itself. And we think that Mahabharata, what is there? No, nothing much of story is there. But actually, I'll tell you one thing. I was been selected from my entire organization for this Stephen R. Covey's very premium kind of training which they gave. They sent me there, and there I was speaking with the person who directly reporting to Stephen R. Covey kind of this thing. So in the first when I went, they were giving the snacks and all. The person came and met me, and Naveen, how are you and all. And I said, what do you do and all? I said that no, in my normal times I keep studying Mahabharata and Bhagavad Gita and all. He said, oh, is that? Then you don't require this course itself. Don't require this course itself. Practically, sir. I said, why you are telling? Because whatever Stephen R. Covey has done, he has actually referred to Bhagavad Gita and he has written this book. And because India don't understand Bhagavad Gita, they actually has brought it as 7 habits of most effective. That's it. You don't require it. Then as the training was going on, he was just elaborating that he was telling me offline. This is taken from that particular section of Gita. This is taken from that section of Mahabharata and all. We have got our internal tradition, the internal core strength of India is so very strong that the global leaders are actually emerging from India. You see, Google CEO, he is emerged from India only, right? Now, if you see, people may say about Rajat Gupta and all. Well, Rajat Gupta is such a kind of strong person actually. Some, one small incident which has happened in his life, which has actually toppled his situation, but continues to be a strong person. When Rajat Gupta got into situation, Manmohan Singh has written a letter to the government of US telling that please release this person. Government of India, this Manmohan Singh has written, who is the Prime Minister. So the leaders have emerged from India because they are habituated for this volatilities of the segment which is coming out. And with this, while I have got some 5 minutes of the time, I just would like to say that whenever you say about leadership, it includes that you should have the qualities. Leader is not, if leader doesn't have qualities, then it's not good as a leader. It's just a position. You are giving respect to the seat, not to the actual qualities of the person. A person who has got leadership qualities, when he walks, whether he's in position, not in position, people respect him. But if a person is just having the seat there, and because of the seat people are respecting, that's pretty very, very poor thing. So with this, I would like to say that what is first quality which is required? Is there mentioned in both? The first quality of the leader is sama. Sama means peacefulness. He is peaceful in all the situations. Volatilities are there, but you should be peaceful. I see in my own organization that so much of transformation which is taking place. And the great resignation is not only happening in America, which they're speaking now, it is happening now in India also. So many resignations are there, and across these resignations, how to handle the entire thing and deliver the things on time without having any delinquencies, it is not easy. And we also see that the companies are undergoing so much of transformations, and a lot of emphasis is made towards the integrity of the promoters and the corporate governance, which actually they are following it. So first one is that being peaceful, and the next one is Dhamma. Dhamma means self-control, means to be controlled in the given situation and take the right action. Samo, Dhamma, Tapa. Then comes austerity. So these are the three important things. So the austerity means willingness to take the difficulties which you feel coming out of the comfort zone. We all know that getting up early in the morning is a difficult thing, but we should get up. That's an austerity. Sometimes we get some kind of tasks which are difficult tasks. Now this pandemic situation, this pandemic has come. It is a difficult task to handle for everybody to coordinate the things over the virtual and all. It's again a transformation thing, and it's a difficult thing. We need to adopt. So these three are the most important qualities. One is being peaceful, one is self-controlled, and another thing is that being austere, means a willingness to take up the difficulties which are not taken up earlier. Everybody wants to be in comfort zone. Once you are there in the organization, you'll create your own space, your own aura. But until and unless you come out of that aura and take up some kind of pollution out there, you will not become strong. So these are some of the very important qualities which are there. Many qualities, total 8 qualities are there. Like I know by heart, because I'm not at the very leadership position. Honestly speaking, that I'm trying to cultivate this. I'm way far from that. But I feel happy that whenever I see that the kind of qualities exhibited by Yudhishthira, Arjuna was the main fighter. Definitely, Arjuna was the main fighter. But Yudhishthira, the kind of peacefulness he maintained throughout the battlefield are amazing. When you read the Mahabharata, you'll feel that Yudhishthira, you are an amazing person, man. You'll feel that. Amazing person. You'll feel that all these qualities means when you glorify and when you appreciate the good qualities in others, those good qualities will come to you automatically. And this world is such that everywhere there's a criticism. Somebody is doing good, other person will criticize and try to pull him down. I'll tell you one story here with this speech which I would like to end. There was one India's from India, actually, there was one container which was going to Britain, and that container, many fishes were there. So I know while the container was passing, that container was actually collecting the various containers of the other countries also. So there was one container on which lid was not there, whereas on all the container lid was there. So once when the ship has reached the Britain, they saw that on one container there is no lid, on other containers there's lid is there. Then he asked that why is that on all the containers there's lid is there, whereas on this container that container on lid is not there, that container belongs to India. What is so special about it? The so special about it is that if one fish is going up, another fish will pull it down. So there is so much of leg pulling goes on, especially when you are actually operating in the corporate world and all. Politics will be there. It's not that politics is not new. It's there starting from the Mahabharata times only. So through all these things, if you are able to maintain your own integrity and qualities strong at your heart and continue with the same focus, ultimately victory will be yours. So it requires a lot of internal strength. Leadership requires a lot of internal strength than that of external factors which are there. If you're internally strong, external factors are minuscule only. So I'm ending my session, my discussion within 14 minutes. 1 minute is left. So I leave Shilpa Veda Madam to discuss what are points to discuss. Maybe we have crossed our time a little bit. Kindly excuse ma'am if I digress from the topic a little bit.
rightly said, Naveen. I think more the tough the situations are, the better the leaders are. And maybe integrity and hard work is something which keeps them going in this volatile world. So now let me turn to Rajesh Pavurkar sir for the question answers. Dr. Rajesh, over to you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Shilpa madam. First of all, let me congratulate all our three guests, Nitin, Naveen, and Abhinav, for giving the wonderful thought on this leadership in hookah world. Okay. See, I have received some of the questions from students. I'll be asking them. But first of all, I would like to ask all our three guests question individual basis. Like we'll be asking, first question to Abhinav, later be asking one question to Nitin and then Naveen. And later on, I'll be asking some common questions, then any one of you can select who would like to answer. Okay. So, Abhinav, so you talked about hookah terminology and how this hookah things they are related and what should be done. Okay. So during your presentation, you talked about flat organization. And when we talk about the flat organization, do we really need a leadership in that particular kind of setup? What is your thought on this?
I think leadership is a miscoined term, in the sense that we always think leadership at the top. People don't understand that we are all leaders. If I'm in a class, I'm still a leader. I'm participating as a leader. We are all leaders in our lives as well. So as organizations get flat, I think there would be segment leaders. There would be microisms within the organization who is doing purchase, who is doing sales. There would be marketing teams. And all these individuals are leaders, and then they are contributing to a bigger picture. So it is, I would say that in the VUCA world or in the flat world, it is not required that the decisions will be made top down. It would be more like everybody is on one flat co-plane organization. They talk it out across layers and make a decision which is right for the firm.
So you mean to say that, in the flat organization, each one who is, looking into a particular area of operation have the scope of, developing the leadership
skills.
That way,
exactly.
That way they can develop.
Yeah.
Thank you, Abhinav. Now I will ask one question to Nitin. Nitin, as you have the work experience, working at global and local level. So what do you think these leadership qualities, do they vary at a local level and the global level? What is your take on this?
So thank you, Rajesh Pavurkar sir, for the question itself. So on a larger level, probably they don't vary, because leadership across the board, like Naveen just mentioned, and that's a very, very valid thing, that Mahabharata as an example is an amazing leadership, and people there's lots to learn from it, and that can be sort of applied globally. It doesn't really, I mean, if an American professor or if an American teacher is applying those learnings at his level, so clearly that's a learning that goes across geographies. So on a larger level, yes, the leadership set of skills are the same. But that said, you have to understand, when you are working in an international international level market, you're working with people from different cultures. You're working with people who come from different ethnic backgrounds, from different places, and that empathy, that understanding of and that willingness to accept those differences is absolutely crucial as a leader, because a lot of times, your leadership, if it is tailored to just your geography or to a very locally based style of operations, then you are going to run into roadblocks. You're going to run into areas of miscommunication. So communicating and understanding and empathizing with people from different cultures, people from different geographies, be it time zones and all of that. And that's once again, that is even more the need of the hour now, because people are working from home. A lot of people are working from home. So you have to understand I think Naveen only talked about tenacity. You have to understand that, it's not an easy job, for be it a man or a woman. and respect timeline, work line, all of these things. These are kind of work line boundaries need to be maintained, even though you're working from home. So I think leadership on a large macro level is fine across geography, across whether it's local or international. But if you break it down specifically, you are working with people at the end of the day, and everyone is different, be it whether they're different as individuals or different from different geographies. Some of those differences are more when they are from a different geography, and that's something that you need to understand and adapt. So you need to be open to that, to understand their difference and how different they are from you. And if you put everyone in the same mold and in a silo, the same way as you're probably going to fail as a leader somewhere down the line.
Okay, Nitin, well said. As you said, as a leader, leader, as if you see the foundation of leader, that should be that should be can be a common. But if you when you're changing the culture, when you're changing the geography, probably you need to find out what kind of the changes you need to bring in your personality. So as a leader, you must have a very good cultural quotient as well as emotional quotient. If you have this particular kind of abilities to adjust your quotient, cultural and the emotional, probably you can better adopt to at any level, either global or the local.
Absolutely.
So Naveen, I have an interesting question for you. Many students, they would also like to ask the same question. Like, you are into this, rating sort of company, wherein you are analyzing the companies and giving kind of rating. Okay, they are based on their performance. So what would you like to tell our student, that which company or which are those company probably will be bringing more opportunities in the future, and how they can, prepare themselves?
Thank you, sir. Thank you for students for asking this question. Very relevant question it is. See, definitely there are some sectors which actually perform well. Yeah, very important thing I wanted to share here in terms of the credit rating, only I'd like to share. So there are some companies, there are some industries which are actually unaffected by the crescent side trough cycles of the economic cycles. And there are certain companies which are there which get affected by the crescent trough cycles.
Actually, the question was which are the most affected company and which are the less affected company, that way. Yeah.
I got it, so that now they can enter into the companies where it is little less affected and they can grow also comfortably. I got it. So the thing is that, see, for example, if you take the companies which are operating in the pharmaceutical industry, companies which are operating in the FMCG industry, companies which are operating in agro-based industries, these companies are not affected by the crescent trough cycles of the economic. Irrespective of that, then they're going to function well. And there are definitely companies which are affected by the economic cycle, such as companies which are dependent upon the infra, steel industry, cement industry. All these companies, they are not affected by it. Having said this, I will not say that you have to select this industry or that industry, because every industry has got its own opportunities and its own growth factors. So we need to create our own space and our own understanding and wiseness, and we need to apply it and we should grow. It's not that other industries are not growing. Now we have seen that not till 2019 the steel industries are not growing, not doing well. But now 2020-21 pandemic situation is going on, but all the steel companies are doing well. Tata Steel is doing the best now. The best performance coming up for the Tata Steels as of now. The companies which have been always operated well, even till 2020 was paper industry. We have seen that none of the companies have failed. But now 2020-21, many of the paper industries actually have not performed well, because education institutes have stopped. Corporates have started functioning from a work from home option. So the entire paper industry got affected. That industry, which was remained evergreen for almost 5-6 decades, it got affected. So it's not that this particular industry we should select that particular industry. You should see that what is your area of interest, and that get into that area of interest. People should have the passion for that particular thing to do it. If that passion is not there for do a specific thing, then you will not flourish how much you have to do. For example, my core interest is that to analyze the numbers. When I see the numbers, I get excited. When I see the numbers, I don't see the numbers, smell the numbers. When I see the balance sheet, I see that where actually the liquidity crisis is there, where in which what is the quality of the corporate governance is they have got, how much they are showing the profits, how much they're showing how much they're actually not showing the profits. I can see that, because I developed that passion over a period of the time that I want to be there in the industry. But if you remove this and keep it in even say Nitin's kind of place, I'll not be able to flourish, because that's not my area of interest and I'll not be able to flourish. But similarly, we all have to as we are doing our MBA, we should understand that this segment of the finance, actually, or finance or marketing or HR or whatever it is, you need to select that area, irrespective of the industry will flourish. So my feeling, my presentation and submission is that I will not say that which industry to choose, though I said that no industry which will get affected, not get affected. I will say that what is your passion, go follow your passion. Then irrespective of whatever the segment is that you're going to flourish.
Okay, in line with your presentation, Naveen, there is one more question. Like you said, you had undergone a training, specific training. So my question is that, do you think this training kind of thing would be really helpful to develop leaders, or leadership is inherent? We cannot develop it through the training. So what is, maybe other guests, they also can answer, but first of all, I would like you to answer on this.
The thing is that program was totally different. There is nothing like class, some kind of presentation was kept, and there was one professor who means there is some Stephen or Covey, somebody came, and it was all case studies only, full of case studies, and it was like it was teamwork, and so many things were there. It comprised of CFOs of many other organizations, CFOs, CEOs, and various other people were there. So it's all like group tasks which were there. So what I feel is that in PUMBA, when I was studying, actually it was very helpful for me, honestly speaking, because I enjoyed that 2 years of time, because every day is a presentation, every day there's a case study, and it's good. It will grill you, because that will make you that know what kind of, how to make the presentation, how to actually speak to the people, how actually we can communicate the things. Speaking is different, again communication is different. We can speak so much of things, when if you're not able to communicate anything, it's of no use. So all these things, whatever we have learned, unfortunately, I feel very bad, very sad. That day Nitin was also telling that one sense, we can say that people are learning 2 years from there, but no, unless you come and coordinate with other friends, thoda marpit hona chahiye, thoda, when these things happen, then only you learn within the friends also, and that is what is the case study. That is one more case study, that how actually you deal with the situations. And these case studies will help us, because when you're doing case studies, when you're doing presentations, one person will tell that no, we'll do this way, one person will tell we'll do that way. That which one will do now? Both are right in their own sense. So all these case studies, presentations are actually going to help us so much in terms of developing the leadership qualities. This is what I would say. Then and this Stephen R. Covey and all, they'll not teach something rocket science or something like this. Whatever is there actually being practically taught in these kind of courses. And as we are on the job, we can learn them. If you have a little bit of slightly common sense, if you apply, and try to associate with a little bit wiser people. Don't always associate with the peers. Little bit wiser people you associate, who actually think a little bit differently, and the way in the direction. Then you'll develop that acumen. A lot of things will come by association. If you have right association, then things will improve significantly. So this is what is my submission. Maybe others can add their own.
I think to add on Rajesh sir's question, right? That do we have born leaders, or are leaders groomed? I think probably it is a question which always lingers in a lot of discussions. And I think my take over a period has been that we all are born in the same fashion. If you take if you go to a hospital and see all kids, they're all just sitting or lying or sleeping next to each other. I think what drastically changed is the sum effect of the challenges, the experiences, and what the learning you made in your life. That grooms a leader. So I think it is for sure that leaders are not born. They are basically groomed, and they have groomed by their challenges, and they have made a constant choice within themselves to overcome them and then make a clear path for themselves. So definitely that would be a direction that I would like to say for all of us.
Nitin, you want to say something on this?
So for me, so I'm sort of I tend to sort of agree with what both actually Naveen and Abhinav said, that essentially leaders or salespeople or any of these, all of these qualities inherently exist in everyone. There are two things that, what happens with an MBA degree is you get validated, and that there is a perception that gets added onto you, because essentially right from the time you're a kid, when you want something from your parents, you sell that concept to them. As in, you sell that idea, I want a video game, I want a chocolate, you sell it to them. And you're selling all your life. You're selling to them, you're selling to your wife, you're selling to your girlfriends. You're doing that inherently. But now someone has to tell you that from a book, that now you tell us, let's learn how to. So unfortunately, you need that as a validation. And it's an important thing. And in the university, what happens is, it's like Naveen said, that interaction, that what you were doing in the four walls of your house, how you get to do it with a classroom of 100, 200 odd people. And it's not those skills that you just learn in the classroom itself, but it's in a place like PUMBA, for example. Of course, I learned from the classroom, but what I learned outside the classroom was also very important. All those cells, seminar cell, placement cell, alumni cell, how to manage your activities there, how to interact with alumni. These are the kind of skills that you learn. And those are the kind of skills that will hold you through to your, I mean, I got my first job thanks to a connection with an alumni, and that came from networking. So inherently you learn networking and you use that you effectively. So networking doesn't mean that after this session, suddenly Naveen's LinkedIn is filled with 50 requests for a job. That's not networking. Networking is building that relationship and taking that forward. But that's what it is. I mean, so I think leaders, and they're always inherently there. You just need to, it just gets validated and gets polished off at these schools. So yeah.
So what I can say based on what all you three have been saying, that leadership qualities, yeah, they are inherent somehow, but people, they are may not be aware about themselves. Okay, when they go through this kind of training program, probably they get aware. This is what called the leadership, and we have been following it since long time, but we are not aware of it. Now we need to be like nurture those quality further, strengthen those quality further, and probably we can lead or can become a good leader. So that is one of the possibilities. So everybody has a potential scope for developing their own leadership that we can convey to all our MBA students, and probably all those students will be following it. So Shilpa madam, do we have some time? Can we continue some more question? Just suggest.
Yes, maybe one or two more questions. Since we have time, we can.
Okay. So again, I have a common question to all, like, this leadership, like is this a universal kind of thing, or is this a very area specific, sector specific? I'll give you an example. You might have heard about Vishal Sikka. Earlier he was in, I think he was in SAP, then later on he's been into Infosys, and later on, very soon he changed from Infosys to, I think, Oracle. So, when he been transferred from SAP to the Infosys, people, they were having very high expectation, and people were expecting some miraculous, wonderful thing will happen. But, we do not know what happened, like maybe because of some, cultural understanding, like the culture of the previous organization and the culture of the existing organization, probably that was not supportive, was not favorable to his leadership, and that is why he left the organization. So do you think this leadership is a universal, or it's a sector specific, or something like that? I mean, the leader in one field, I'll again give you an example. Mark Zuckerberg, he has been doing a wonderful job as a founder of this Facebook. This Ritesh Agarwal, Sunny Bansal, Ritesh Agarwal. So all they have their own business model, and they are doing wonderful. If we transfer one entrepreneur or one leader from one organization to the other organization, do you think they will be having the equal chance of success?
I think to that, I would like to.
I think he's freezed.
Yeah, he's frozen. I think should we? Okay, he's frozen. I mean, should we speak or?
Yeah, maybe I can add.
Yeah. Now, so for me, I think there are different levels at which you're a leader, and at different levels of leadership. At a Mark Zuckerberg level, since you mentioned that level, he's at that person. He's a founder, leader. He's his inputs are more strategic and on a much larger level. And I think those kind of, if someone's getting at a leadership level at that point, besides the politics and the cultures and your failure to adapt to those, I think a leader. Okay, I think that's just you and me, Naren.
That's why I was saying that.
Sorry about that. There was a slight hitch with the net, but we're all back actually. So.
Okay.
And we'll continue this discussion.
No, we were having a panel discussion between Naveen and me. So that's.
So do you want me to repeat the question?
No.
No, it's fine.
No, it's fine.
We could capture.
It's fine.
So we have. So we are back. I think Abhinav continue.
Yeah, Abhinav can continue what you're saying. Yes.
I think if you look at most of the leaders that get talked, I think we talk towards the end of the cycle where they're fully finished as a product. And when they start kicking their, their hard hitting centuries or towards the manifestation of all the vision they had for last part of their career, right? So if you look at Mark Zuckerberg, he was a very technocratic individual all his engineering days, and he manifested Facebook in his as an idea for the world, right? So culturally, he was the right fit to lead someone from the environment that he was born and to drive it to the next level. Okay, so I think when individuals shift between companies, I think the important aspect that you should look at is, are they culturally fit in that organization? If Infosys was a purely a services model and say Vishal was more from a product background, a product-based company, I think probably there might be a cultural miss, and that often gets magnified or leads to, I would say, repercussions which may not be ideal for the leader who would like to present his vision, or probably the organization who may not completely adapt to the new leader, because there is some kind of a difference, right? Because a leader can present his vision, but the entire organization may not adapt to his vision in just next day, right? Because culture might be driven for large time, or probably takes a while to drive a certain culture in an organization. So that's where I would like to say that people who thrive well, they should aim at culturally what is the right fit for them.
The question was that whether if you take one CEO or one leader of organization, if you keep in some other organization, whether it will be successful or not, may not be successful.
May not be successful. Yes.
You may utterly fail. So why? Because why? Because you'll develop a certain kind of trades which are related to that particular industry and that particular organization. So you become actually ace in those trades, and the qualities which are required, or the acumen which is required, will be cultivating as you're growing in that particular segment. And if I have to say that maybe you're telling about Ritesh Agarwal or Mark Zuckerberg. If I take Mark Zuckerberg and tell that you become the CEO of Tata Steel, I don't think he will be able to be successful. What will he know about the steel? He'll not anything. Because he also doesn't. He'll also may not be knowing how actually Indian employees will work. The entire employee thing is just different actually. So even the current Tata Motors also, they brought some CEO from Nissan. I forgot his name. But he took some 2 years to understand actually how the employees of the Tata Motors have worked. 2 years it took just to understand before he could roll out different models of the car and bring it to the current level where so many models are coming, and Tata Motors finance is improving now.
So to this, there was a story that my HR told me once when I was leaving Z for the first time. He said once there was a taxi driver driving a cab, an old man, and the passenger who was at the back seat tapped his back and said, "Excuse me." So suddenly the taxi driver yelled loudly and swerved the car and almost banged at the side of the road. So he said, "What the hell happened?" I just said, "Excuse me." He said, "No, the last 20 years I was working in a graveyard as a security guy. So I'm never used to having anybody alive tapping me at the back of my shoulder. So I'm not used to it." So the problem is he was so used to the job of working with dead people that he never figured out, So yes, to add to Naveen's thing, yes, of course, the point is if you work for too long a time, you kind of get used to that culture, that routine of working. So having said that, it depends at what is your leadership input required in a different industry. If you're bringing someone from a different industry, what is the reason why that leader is coming? Is it from a larger strategic perspective that he's coming in, or is he coming for a very specific industry specific inputs? If he's coming from a very industry specific input, then he's probably not going to be the right fit. But if he's coming on a larger, what the organization on a larger level should look at from a strategy perspective, mergers, acquisitions, those kind of things, possibly his inputs might still hold some merit. But if he's coming from a very specific industry, like he said, Mark Zuckerberg working in a Tata Steel, that would be very, very, very fun place to be. So.
Yeah, yeah. All three. I mean, this is really nice to see you all three on the same platform. Like we all accept that, leadership could be a little specific. Okay, one who is successful in one domain cannot have the assurity or the guarantee will be having the same level of success in other domain or in other area. That is the thing. We should convey to our students. Okay, Madam, can we ask one more question or yeah, Samgika sir is there.
Yes, Sanvikar sir is there.
Yeah.
I am there, sir.
Yeah, yeah. Sir, maybe I would like to ask one more question to Sangvikar sir, as he has also shown the leadership at at national level and at department level. He was 2-time head of department, and even he was president of AIMS, one of the India's premier management school body. So, sir, what is your what you would like to say our student how they can be a good leader in this VUCA world?
Basically, all the participant students, today is our very interesting session happening on this leadership in the VUCA world. And I am not going to immediately conclude the session because I am going to respond to the question raised by Rajesh sir, that how we can equip ourselves with the desired skill set by the organization. How you can be a very effective leader in your respective organizations. Now, if you want to be a wonderful leader, friends, you should be able to share your vision to your colleagues, to your entire team. You should be able to thrive them. You should be able to motivate them. You should be able to inspire them and make them understand what type of vision or dream you are looking for, and motivate them, inspire them to achieve that particular dream. And friends, in addition to that, not only these things, you need to look on various kind of skill set desired for this role of a leader in an organization. It may start from the communication itself, or increasing the morale of your entire team. What type of values you are following, and what type of values you have set for your organization. Are you exhibiting those values while executing your all functions, and what type of responsibilities you are executing in an organization? Are you following those values? That is very important. Are you a wonderful role model for your followers in the organization? How effective you are in your public life as well, it is important, because your customers are there, your stakeholders are already there who are looking at you. What type of that wonderful skill set you are exhibiting, and convincing the entire society that you are leading a wonderful organization. How you are making them have faith in your leadership, and how capable you are in leading a team of a very talented and enthusiastic people. That is what is required and desired to function in this world of complexity and uncertainty. Friends, yes, we have a lot many things to talk about this leadership, but we don't have that much time as well. We will go for the next question from Rajesh sir, please.
So maybe any one of you can choose to answer this. We have been talking about this leadership in the VUCA world. So what would be your the action plan through which organization can think of, I will say, the succession plan for the leadership development for the survival. As just now we talked, a leader from one organization cannot be a successful, probably. Okay, we do not really know. So probably leader from one organization is not successful in other organization. So in order to tackle this particular problem, organization, they need to develop their in-house leadership. Okay, so instead of importing or outsourcing the leadership. Okay, so what do you think, how they can go for this succession plan as far as this leadership is concerned?
Yeah, I see. In the last 10 to 12 years, as I was dealing with, various companies like Dr. Reddy's, or if you say Divi's, or the Cipla or IPCA, or all these organizations, we have seen that even the serum, I was dealing with serum and all. So what I've seen is that one important thing which all these promoters have done is that they have not directly posted their children into, come and become a CEO or CFO. They have made them to work to the shop floor. First, go learn from the shop floor. And they have rotated them, for 6 months or 1 year in various departments. And they made them to understand that how actually each department works. They may not develop in a particular skill with respect to that particular department, but they'll be having an overall understanding, like, what difficulties which actually each department goes through. What are the things, the employees will be discussing among themselves when they're actually operating on the shop floor. So we have seen that, I have seen that when the promoters have, encouraged the next generation to go through, not only whether it's irrespective of their son or not, their children or not, if they are thinking that to groom somebody, they actually deployed that particular employee and engaged them in a different department, at least for a certain period of the time, to understand that how the department operates. Then they gradually gave them the responsibilities. It's not that somebody has become CEO immediately. The responsibilities were given year on year, the responsibility has been increased. And as the person's capacity to handle the responsibilities and vagaries which are happening across the industry is increasing, according to the designations of change, and that's how the next generation leadership is being garnered. So, and we have seen that such kind of leadership is pretty strong. That kind of that kind of organizations are running for longer time. On the other side, I also seen the companies where the next generation is they are not the industry, but suddenly they come into picture and they try to take it over. They really mess up with the employees, and good employees leave, and organization will tumble. The organization which is built for so many years with all the hard work is been gone because of some see the problem. What will happen is that as we go up the ladder, each and every sentence which we speak, it becomes very critical, and it becomes like people will take very seriously, and a lot of maturity is required when we are speaking. And as we are growing up the ladder, or as we are coming more in the public domain to speak and all, each sentence has to be watched. That's why he said that when you're alone, watch your mind. When you're in public, watch your words. So these are very important, as I know these things are there. So the entire thing is that the grooming is made at the subtle level, not at the gross level, how the activities are taking the gross level. Subtle level, what is the kind of thought process is cultivating, and grooming those thought process and making them the responsibility at the same time, understanding what are the difficulties which actually the organization goes to, how to handle them. That takes easily somewhere about 1 decade to 1.5 decades for anybody to take over the entire business. So in my opinion, the companies which have done this, they have flourished, they are continuing their legacy. And the companies who are not doing it, they may have to outsource from the outside, that bringing some independent directors or some other person and not run the show. So maybe others can add their experiences.
Yeah, Naveen, yes, well said. Yeah, Nitin or maybe Abhinav want to add something on this?
Yeah, so I think I was watching Mr. Yadav's presentation earlier, and he said about creating a leadership culture in the organization. Of course, I think there are two things. While Abhinav earlier mentioned everyone is a leader, but leader also requires a team or some subordinates to operate. So everyone can't be that leader. So if everyone suddenly started being a leader, then you won't have anybody to work under the leader. So even if it's top down or not, you need some. So the idea is to, of course, identify potentially people who can do both those roles, and both are equally important. A leader without a team is incomplete, and a team without a leader is probably incomplete. So it's important to identify both these sets of people, and like he said, foster a sense of culture, leadership culture, and all those things that he mentioned in that very nicely presented slide that he put together. I think, of course, in an entrepreneurial setup, that's a little bit more tricky because unfortunately, succession planning is a much more long-term, like Naveen mentioned, it's a decade-wise process, whereas in corporates, it's a much shorter process. In order, as a leader in the corporate world, if you have to grow, you have to have someone who is going to who will succeed. You can't just grow on your own. You need someone who will take your place, and then you grow. So it is in your own interest as a leader to identify the next potential leader who would replace you in order for you to go further up the ladder. So that's in the corporate world, that's one way of doing it. But in an entrepreneurial setup, it's of course, like he said, grooming whoever it is, be it your family, be it your potentially who you see as a successor to identify. But having said that, grooming everyone to be a leader is not it's not probably, you need to identify the right set of people. There are competencies that everyone possesses, and there's nothing wrong in not being a leader per se. It's okay to be part of the team as well, and move along with them as well.
Yeah, Abhinav.
On
Anything
this,
you want?
probably I would like to share two examples of how leadership, or I would say succession, changes after a decade. Okay, so the first example to quote, I would say, is the recent CEO of Ferrari. The recent CEO of Ferrari is basically an ex-STM Electronics managing director. So he's running a car manufacturing company because all of a sudden the mobility is going to be electronic now. So again, it highlights the point that if the strategic focus of an organization is shifting, probably the leader also is to be shifted. So it boils down that if the organization wants to be still conservative, probably he can go with a conservative mindset that the leader is homegrown. But in the case of mobility, it changes. And at the same time, it again boils back to another second example is also on the strategic focus, that in Credit Suisse, when I joined in 2012, the banking was global then. Every bank was competing globally. Everybody wants a global leader. So the leader back then was someone who was based in US. He was a typical American CEO from a trading firm. Come of 2018, when we shifted our gears and we were more focused as a niche Swiss banking organization, the leader was more homegrown, or more Swiss national. So that is how, as per strategic focus, you'll see a lot of succession planning change and the new set of vision that the firm is adapting to. So that's the underlying, I would say, aspect that people look at while deciding on their next set of leaders.
Okay. Thank you, Abhinav. So here we can say we can have two-prong approach. The first one would be like we may have the ecosystem or the inbuilt automated system inside the organization through which we can identify some of the potential leaders and then we can groom them in-house. That is the one option. Second option, as Abhinav said, like business specific, culture specific, organization specific. If we are really shifting from our core business area to something very diversified area, so in that case we need to go. We need to avoid this orthodox leadership thinking, and we should open for the experimentation, and we can welcome the leadership from the outside. So these both are the possible options, I will say. Okay. Now we have been talking about this leadership and the hookah world. So there was one thing which I found is common, that as a leader, if you want to deal with the hookah world, you need to be techno savvy. You need to be a technology aware person. But beside being this techno savvy, what would be other things you think are important to deal with these hookah conditions? Like I mean, is there in consideration for the human value, the human touch? I think that was the thing. Is again we need to talk on. So any view on this? So beside technology, what would be other things we need to consider in order to deal with the hookah situation or the hookah world?
I think those are, across the three of us, those are the points that broadly I think we sort of covered in terms of be it empathy, adaptability, acceptance, a willingness to accept change, and those are the kind. In fact, I think if I remember correctly,
yeah, Nitin, I mean, these are the leadership quality which we can imbibe, which we can inculcate. But probably like having collaboration with some other organization would be one way, like through which we can beat this hookah kind of condition. So likewise, any other strategic tools would you like to suggest in order to deal with this hookah situation?
Rajesh sir, I would like to add something.
Yes, sir.
Your question here. What very recently I have read one article that how these leaders were responding during these COVID times, which is one of the very interesting case for all of us being in uncertainties. So there they were asking that what type of difficulties these leaders were facing in the organization while dealing with with this type of unexpected situation like COVID. So they said that most of the leaders basically at the top level, middle level, they were not very much ready to handle this type of situation. That is what that survey says. And the interesting find out of this particular research was they have they have said that organization need to again focus on the training and development activities, is especially for the middle level and lower level leaders, and make them understand about these uncertainties taking place during this VUCA kind of situation, and make them understand. And their organizations are lacking on providing this pointed training for their leaders to face this type of situation. Most of the leaders were not ready to participate in the decision-making process during this kind of situations. So that was the observation by the experts.
Okay, sir. So I think that was all from my side. We have asked many questions, and our all three panelists, they have very beautifully answer all the questions. They have enlightened our thought, and we learned so many things from their experiences. So I am very much thankful to all the guests for today's talk. Shilpa madam, over to you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Rajesh, sir, for those wonderful questions you had. And now I'll request Dr. B.V. Sangvikar, sir, our senior professor, for the concluding remarks. Sir has been always a guide and mentor to all of us, being the senior professor in the department, as a leader as well, for all of us when he was the HOD as well as the dean. So now over to you, sir, for your concluding remarks. We would like to hear from you now.
Yeah, thank you so much, Shilpa madam. Now, to, friends, again, good afternoon to all of you. Today we are having here a very interesting session, and it was basically very interesting to listen our speakers. Those all three of them are our alumni, Abhinav, Nitin, and Naveen. And they have really very wonderfully provided us very valuable insight about this leadership in VUCA world. Let me tell you, all three of them are really doing very wonderfully. They are very wonderfully thriving in their respective organization, in their respective leadership roles, and leading their organization during these VUCA times, and they are very successful. That is how we could see throughout their interaction. They provided us very pointed knowledge and how to survive in this VUCA world. Let me tell you, Naveen, that we were very much alert during your session of all of you three. Although our audio video was not there, but all of us were with you, and very much listening you very carefully, very seriously, understanding you people's thought process and your insight, and it was really very understood. Friends, let me tell you that Naveen has focused on very interesting issues like role of spiritual values and its importance in our day-to-day situations, especially being peacefulness in every situation. And it is in this type of VUCA kind of situation we are facing, it is very important. It is very important for all of us. And thank you, Naveen, for sharing these wonderful insights with all of us. Friends, our next expert, Abhinav has shared with us again very interesting insight that how to survive and make ourselves relevant to this type of situations, VUCA situations, how to sustain in these coming times. He talked about various disruptions taken place during last decade, and how to navigate in this particular VUCA world with the help of changes in attitude, behavior, and competencies, and to make us ourselves self-awareness. So Abhinav, it was really very interesting inputs for us. And our last speaker, Nitin, has given us really very valuable pointers and detailed knowledge about from the point of view of an entrepreneur as well, and which was really very much value addition to our this particular session. Okay, so during his session, I could understand that bringing clarity in the times of uncertainties, it was really very pointed learning for all of us, and communicating your vision to your team and sharing your dream to act on them, how it is important, how it is necessary. He has stressed that point as well, and discussed about the various opportunities available during these VUCA times. It was really very interesting. Friends, today really we have had a very important insights related to developing our leadership skills during this VUCA world. And to conclude, finally, I would like to say that volatility, then uncertainty, complexity and ambiguity is inherent in today's business world, and now it is a new normal, and it is profoundly changing not only how organizations do business, but how business leaders lead. The skills and abilities leaders once needed or required to help their organization organization to thrive are no longer sufficient. Today, more strategic, complex and critical thinking skills are required to become successful business leaders. HR and talent management professionals can help their organization and succeed in today's this VUCA environment by developing the leaders who can counter volatility with the vision, uncertainty with understanding, complexity with clarity, and ambiguity with agility, and they can lead successfully their organization in this VUCA world. So along with these friends, if we could adopt this changing skill set for sustaining leadership, it will make a lot of difference for the organization, and it will make us equipped to face the adversities due to these VUCA situations. And I am really thankful to all our today's three experts for their value addition in this our learning exercise. And also we had a very interesting Q&A session conducted by Rajesh sir, which brought a very valuable knowledge for all of us. He has explored very wonderfully various facets of this leadership required during this VUCA world, and made us understand so many things from the point of view of experts. It was very nice, and Shilpa madam has facilitated this entire session so well. Aarti madam is there, and our student coordinators, they are taking a lot of efforts in making this particular event successfully. My congratulations to the entire team of this our seminar cell for taking a lot of efforts and making this knowledge available to all of us, from the expert like our Naveen and Abhinav and our Nitin. It was very interesting to have interactions with them and know so many things about leadership from the live industry leaders. It was indeed wonderful experience. Thank you, friends, for being with us.
Thank you, sir. Your words are always motivating, and thank you for chairing the session today. Now I request Dr. Ashutosh Kolte, sir, to propose the vote of thanks. Over to you, sir.
Yeah. On behalf of Department of Management Sciences, I would like to present a vote of thanks. Today we had a panel discussion on subject leadership in VUCA world. So all three are our alumni. Mr. D. Naveen Kumar, Associate Director, CARE. I remember him as a student, as if after seeing him now, I think as if I'm meeting him after 2-3 years. Okay. Naveen Kumar talked about unless people face difficulties, how they can grow. He talked about leadership qualities like peacefulness, control, and austerity, and so many other things, as how one can grow in VUCA world. Then after Mr. Naveen Kumar, Abhishek Deshmukh, Vice President Credit Suisse, he explained terms volatility, certainty, complexity, and ambiguity. And he talked about that businesses are always changing. And he talked about the requirements of leadership in 21st century. Then after Mr. Abhinav Deshmukh, Mr. Nitin Michael, founder and managing partner of Sniprons UAE. I think I'm
Synchronize.
Synchronize UAE.
Synchronize.
Okay. So he talked about unfavorable situation, business and business slum creates business and leadership opportunities. And leaders need vast exposure to face VUCA world, and so many things he contributed on the topic. I would like to thank moderator Dr. Shilpa Bhide, Dr. Rajesh Pahurkar, who coordinated question and answers, and Dr. Sangvikar, our senior professor, who talked about qualities of a leader, like leader should share his vision, thrive, he should motivate people, inspire people, he should have skill sets, values, etc., etc., etc. And with the permission of session chair, I declare that we have concluded this session, this panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashutosh sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your kind words. And special thanks to our panel members and guest speakers for actively participating in today's discussion. Now, we may all dismiss for a short break, and let's resume back in an hour at 3 p.m. for panel discussion 2.
A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all once again to Global Leadership Summit 2021 of prestigious Department of Management Sciences PUMBA of Savitribai Phule Pune University, organized by department's very own seminar cell. I would like to quote here a thought by Sir Jim Hinksmith. Agility is the ability to adapt and to respond change. Agile organizations view as an opportunity, not as a threat. With this thought, we move on to today's theme of panel discussion, that is leadership agility, magic multiplier of potential. The dignitaries to honor us with their presence are Mr. Jack Lee, Mr. Karan Berry, Mr. Sasidhar Nandigam sir, Ms. Aarti Dangre. Today, we also have our respected faculty members from our Department of Management Sciences. We have with us Dr. Supriya Patil ma'am, who will be moderating the session. Dr. Atish Chintamani sir will be conducting the Q&A session. And lastly, we have Dr. Hemant Katole sir, who will be giving us vote of thanks. Now, I take this opportunity to share a few words about our honorable guest. Firstly, I would like to introduce you all to Mr. Jackie Lee. Mr. Jackie is currently working as a product marketing manager at LG Chem Marketing Manager, South Korea. He completed Bachelor of Science, Biomedical Science, Biology, Life Sciences from University of Ulsan. He completed his MBA Biotechnology from Department of Management Sciences, PUMBA, Savitribai Phule Pune University. We are pleased to have you here, sir. Next, I would like to introduce you all to Mr. Karan Berry. Mr. Karan Berry joined BUPL Field King in December 2008 as an executive director. He holds a management degree, MBA in Finance and Operations from Department of Management Sciences, University of Pune, PUMBA. Before joining BUPL, he has worked in consulting space with Avalon Global Research. He drives strategic initiatives in operations and finance, vertical of BUPL. He has been instrumental in design and development. He has set up a sustainable platform needed to support the fast-paced growth of the company. We are pleased to have you here, sir. Welcome. Next, I welcome Mr. Sasidhar Nandigam, sir. He is the founder and CEO at ThreadR. India's largest two-wheeler consumer brand, a professional with over 15 years of experience for working as venture capital, private equity funds, and startups in strategy, fundraising, and growth roles. An ISB pass out. His core expertise lies in consumer internet companies and has been instrumental in scaling companies such as Big Basket, Fresh Menu, and Creda. He is regular speaker at various events on entrepreneurship. We welcome you, sir. We are pleased to have you with us. And lastly, I welcome Ms. Aarti Dangre ma'am. She is Market Development Manager at Words and Labeled, part of Atlas Copco. She has more than 11 years of marketing experience in chemicals, nanotech industry, and currently employed at Atlas Copco, an engineering company, delivering solutions to varied industrial applications. In her current role, she is focused on improving the customer experience through digitalization and through AdWords and Layload, and developing digital sales tools. She has been involved in developing in-house collaboration tools such as Showpad, MS SharePoint to support sales and also create marketing strategies based on analytics. She is also responsible for searching new product applications, training the sales force, and creating marketing materials that focuses on customer benefits as well as conforms to brand equity. We welcome you, ma'am. We are really pleased to have you with us. So without any further delay, I would now request to Dr. Supriya Patil ma'am to kindly take over the session to moderate for the discussion. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Pratiksha. Am I audible to everyone?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much. So, respected head of the department of PUMBA, Dr. Surabhi Jain ma'am, today's guest of honors, my panelists, Mr. Shashidhar Nirndigam, Mr. Karan Beri, Ms. Aarti Dangre, and Mr. Jackie Lee. A pleasure to see all four of you with us here in PUMBA today. My faculty colleagues, Dr. Shilpa Bhide, Dr. Aarti Prabhu, Dr. Sangvikar sir, Dr. Katore, Dr. Atish Chintamani, and all others who have joined us here. And my dear students, it's a post-lunch session. So welcome to the post-lunch session, and I promise you, this is going to be a real exciting session, and we are not going to let you sleep. So today we are all here for the Global Leadership Summit 2021, a webinar that has been hosted by PUMBA for celebrating its 50th year, the Golden Jubilee year of its establishment. So aptly, the theme of this webinar is Emerging Paradigms of Leadership. And all the esteemed speakers from the inaugural session that we started in the morning with, and of course the first panel, which we had just about pre-lunch, discussed a lot of aspects of leadership, including the VUCA world and the leadership requirements to guide the organizations towards success. Now, continuing this leadership thread in this particular session, we will be talking about a slightly different theme, and the topic is leadership, agility, magic multiplier of potential. And to discuss this theme, we have four young leaders of business world today. Now, leadership has always been critical. I don't think I need to emphasize that for success of any organization per se. And if you've seen throughout history, what we have noticed is whether it is a nation, whether it is an institution or an organization can blossom from ashes to the top, provided it has the right kind of leadership. And vice versa is also true. We have seen examples of same. Therefore, it is emphasized that a role of the leader is not about titles or positions. It's about influencing others and getting the best done so that there is progress all around. However, I believe that in today's world, this is really not sufficient. What we need today is what we define as leadership agility, which in the simplest of terms can be defined as an ability to anticipate change, and not simply anticipate it, but to take up its implications and have a proactive solution for the same. That means capability of decision making also. So there, long time back, there was a time point when most of the companies did analysis like maybe once or twice a year. They prepared their strategies, and that was about it. But we cannot do that today, because today's business organizations have different challenges. And the challenges that was thrown at us right from what we call as business 1.0. Now, today, the industry 4.0 is it's evolving, and this industry 4.0 is basically digitization and all about smart technology. Is that where we are stopping? No, we are going ahead. We are going into the model industry 5.0, which is personalization. Not only in the pharma industry, but absolutely in every sector, we are looking at personalization. And it is emphasized by what we know as artificial intelligence and the machines which are now learning. So remember, while we are learning here, the machines are also learning something. And that's something the leadership has to think about. Now, this entire thing that we call agile leadership has, a lot of leaders across the world. We can talk of J.R.D. Tata, we can talk of Jeff Bezos, we can talk of Bill Gates, the names, there's a long list you can come up with, whose work has actually made a difference. We've heard in the morning about how leader is a catalyst for the change in the VUCA world. Now, these leaders were dynamic. They understood the context of the environment. They were innovative. They initiated disruptive changes and succeeded. They anticipated the needs of the stakeholders and they responded. They have been able to visualize. They have been able to think of the way ahead and pilot their organizations. And then we came to the year 2020, where the entire concept of every single word in management went out of the window. We didn't really know what we are dealing with, what we are going to look forward to. So that's the thought in mind right now. And I have a few questions here. Will this definition of what we call as agile leadership remain the same post-COVID? If this pandemic brought this entire world to shut down, to lock down so that we were cooped up in our homes, what kind of predictions can we make? Can we really anticipate what is going to happen? And then what is the role of leadership in all this? So I'm going to stop talking here because we have 4 wonderful business leaders who are sitting in the panel with me. And I'm going to hand over the mic to Mr. Shashidhar. Shashidhar, can we have your video on? And yeah. I will hand it over to you. Please take over.
Thank you. Thank you, madam. To begin with, thanks PUMBA, thanks Supriya madam, and all of you for inviting me to be a part of this panel. The topic is pretty seasonal, and the topic is very relevant to the current conditions that are happening in the world. To begin with, leadership has always been a very, to say the least, a very sensitive and tumultuous subject. Not because it doesn't have a script. 2 years back, all that we learned by being part of different companies, whatever learned about leadership, seeing other people manage teams, other people build businesses, has been completely a hogwash when we've ourselves encountered what we called COVID today. At that point of time, absolutely no one in the world could have imagined leaders. And just to take away all the myth around leadership, leaders are also human beings. They also react. They also think. They also make mistakes. but the only ability of a leadership is to able to see much farther than anyone else in the organization. But having said that, during the COVID situation, myself was at the loggerheads of understanding what is right for the business and what is right for the employees is almost all the same. To make it very simply, at that point of time, there were so many human tragedies and human stories were evolved within our own organization that we decided as a matter of policy that business can take a hit, but we want to ensure that employees come first. I think the most important trait of compassion, empathy was never so required in any leadership role in any different instance as it was required in last 2 years. A lot of decisions that I have taken are decisions based on empathy and compassion, have nothing got to do with business outcomes, because as an individual, I always believe you take care of your employees and employees will take care of your customers and employees will take care of your company. This looks very cliche when we read in our business school case studies, but when we encountered with a real life situation where there is death happening in every family of our employees, we realized this is the only way we can look after our employees. I think I just want to wind up my opening comments by saying that compassion and empathy in a leadership role has never been more emphasized as much as seen in the last 2 years. Leaders who have demonstrated that in real life have reaped benefits and would continue to reap benefits in years to come. Having said that, every employee reacts in a different manner. Every person has their own personal and professional goals. Your approach towards an employee should never be seen in the context of he being a part of the company for long term. You need to take decisions based on what is right at that given point of time. And you can never expect the same thing in return from your employee. Then it becomes a selfish motive. In my own experience, I have treated each one of the employees who have gone through, failed to retain few of them, but that should not take away from your own personal satisfaction of able to impress upon, make difference to the lives of your employees. Thanks, Supriya Madam.
Oh, that was nice. And it was really good to know that compassion and empathy were the top two in your list. And the COVID pandemic set in. And of course, employees are the most important ones. And you said, if you take care of the employees today, the employees are going to take care of you. So looking, looking forward, Aarti, was your experience something similar out there in UK? Here, Shashidhar here is in Bangalore, and in India we had a different situation. Whereas when you went across, 7 seas away into UK, was experience also similar? Why don't you?
Sure, ma'am. First of all, good afternoon, everyone. And I would like to say that thank you so much for inviting me to this panel session. It's I'm from the 9/11 batch, and it's been a very long 10 years since I've seen all of you. And a couple of days ago, when Dr. Supriya Patil ma'am and Dr. Shilpa ma'am contacted me about this panel session, my first instinct was to hide because, that's what we did when we saw both the ma'ams. It was usually down to some or the other mischief that we were up to, either a missed session that we didn't attend yesterday or an assignment that we had forgotten. But no, jokes aside, I think it's been really good to touch base back to your roots. And it's been a very long 10 years of learning, of failing, of gaining experience and pushing ahead, especially during the tough times that we've seen in the past 2 years. And as Shashi Dharan mentioned, now he's leading a company and he's seen how taking care of his employees is going to take care of his business. But when you're in a position where you are the employee, and you are in a situation where it's either do or die, because if you are not performing and if you are not able to give anything back to the company, you are not helping anybody. So this is the time where you have the opportunities to gain the skills, to present the options and bring in the solutions that are going to help your company and in turn help you, and also help the people who are not able to help anybody else because they are facing the pandemic with the deaths in their families, with the infections, and the way this pandemic, brings the disease and sadness. So the pandemic has brought a lot of sadness, but it has also brought a lot of opportunities. And when you talk about marketing, and when you talk about how marketing was 2 years ago, when you relied heavily on your sales force to go and talk to the customers face to face, meet them 10 times to gain some sort of yes or no, okay, the customer is interested in buying your products or your solutions, and then you convert an opportunity into a lead and then convert it into a sales. um, that has been taken away from us because of pandemic. So as marketing, how do you bring in different sales tools to support your sales engineers so that they are still able to, from their home, convert these opportunities into leads? So when we talk about marketing, we talk about a lot of marketing material. So you have your presentations, you have your brochures, you have exhibitions, but how do you still go ahead and market your products when you are not able to meet your customers face to face? This is where I would say your agility comes in picture. You have to be agile in any role that you are, and cash on this opportunity. Now, Shilpa ma'am's, sorry, Supriya ma'am touched upon digitalization and personalization. Now, in my company, we saw a lot of digitalization being taken on board really quickly and converting it into usable marketing solutions. Now, when I say digitalization, what does that mean, especially when we talk about marketing? We're talking about sales tools now, tools that allow you to make a sales docket. Now, in the olden days, a salesperson would carry a briefcase with them, which would be full of leaflets of different products that they would go to the customer, show them, talk to them, leave it at their side, and then come back after the sales call thinking, the customer is going to read this, and then the customer is going to call me, and then I'm going to make a $10,000 deal on this sale. But that doesn't happen anymore. Not when you cannot go to a customer and leave documents at their place and come back home. So there are modern sales tools, there are digital sales tools, something like Showpad that allows you to create a digital docket, a digital briefcase full of documents that you can virtually share with your customer. But it also allows a lot of other things as well. It lets you see if the customer has opened your email, the customer has read through the documents that you've sent them, if they've sent it to somebody else in their organization who might be the decision maker. So, adopting these digital tools has become the need of the day. And if your organization is not agile enough and is not utilizing these digital tools, then you are losing quite a lot, because what your sales engineer was able to do face to face, they're still able to do it, just not face to face, but still through a screen face to face. So digitalization, personalization has become the theme today. And because I work with an engineering team, we talk a lot about Industry 4.0 and what that means. Now, we learn a lot in textbooks, we learn a lot through case studies, but it's something amazing when you get to see it in real life. Um, Now, my company makes vacuum pumps. Now, you would think it is a vacuum cleaner, but trust me, it is not. Um, Vacuum pumping systems, they enable production. They enable industrial production on a large scale, on a massive scale. Now, these systems are so big that you can't move them around easily. So they're installed and commissioned on site. But when a machinery as big as that does not perform, does not do what it's supposed to do, how do you keep your production running? A pharmaceutical company, for example, that is manufacturing vaccines for the pandemic. If your equipment doesn't run as it's supposed to, then your production is going to suffer. The world's not going to get those vaccines, and this pandemic is not going to go away. So how do you keep your machinery running up to a level where it is performing the way it should? So this is where Industry 4.0 comes in picture. We have cloud-based solutions that sit on our machinery that is continuously transmitting information about how the machine is performing. Does it need a service? Does it need um, oil repair, or so many other things? So this Industry 4.0 is cloud-based, and it is giving you the information of every system that is installed in a site across the world, and will let you know when when this equipment is going to fail, and you already send your servicemen there so that your production doesn't stop. So digitalization, personalization, being agile enough to adopt modern marketing solutions, and adopting all the new technology that is coming up is what the pandemic has shown us. So I think this is where the agility and emerging paradigms, and how do you show leadership through bringing these solutions to your organization. And that's why this topic was very close to me, and I was very excited to be part of this panel, because I could talk about so many things that I have experienced in the past 2 years. um, it has brought a lot of sadness, but in a way it has pushed the world 10 years in the future. So when we talk about AI, we are using AI to build pumps, or to build equipment that is going to perform so much more better, is going to streamline production and do so many other things. Who knows? I mean, it's all discovery, and it's all very exciting, I would say. And with that, I would like to thank you for this opportunity. Supriya ma'am, back to you.
Thanks, Aarti. This was really insightful that, we never think when we talk of vaccine production, we forget that there are so many machines that we need to produce that vaccine. And something, as big as an vacuum pump that is required to lyophilize, or other places in the production unit. And if that doesn't work, your entire production line actually gets stalled. I mean, that is something, and that is where things move around the globe. I mean, you're sitting there in UK, your production units are somewhere else, and now you have to transport all these big equipment from one end to another, and then there is a ban and all those kind of things for movement. That must have taken some leadership on the part of your organization to keep it going. So talking of all this, actually, I would like to know more from Jackie, because Jackie is based in South Korea. And correct me if I'm wrong, and you have been traveling all the way to South America for your business, and you have pretty much, traveled most of the part of the world, taking care of different business needs.
Exactly, ma'am.
So, Jackie, how is it from your angle, sitting all the way into where we are concerned, East, and then running business across the globe?
Yeah.
Over to you.
Is my voice audible? Okay, nice. And thank you, Ms. Dangre and Dr. Supriya Patil ma'am, to hand over the mic to me. And namaskar, I'm Jackie Lee, and I belong to 2014-16 batch to MBA BT of PUMBA. And as other speakers before said, it is also immense honor and privilege to me get invited to this flagship event of my alma mater. And I'm sitting in South Korea, and it is approximately 7 p.m. here. And I also would like to say thanks for all the respected sir, mom, and faculties, and all the coordinator of seminar cell. And though, yeah, it is also still hard time due to COVID-19, I really hope all PUMBA families are in the safety where you're at. And I'm currently working at life sciences company of LG Chem headquartered in Seoul, South Korea, being in charge of a global marketing, especially on aesthetic medical devices. So because I'm also in charge of the global marketing, my story would be in a similar way with Ms. Dengre in terms of digitalization on the agility. And I personally, as a marketing manager, somehow I could imagine how much the seminar cell members put their efforts to prepare for this, arranging for this memorable event. So in terms of today's discussion topic, leadership agility, I'm personally looking forward to getting shared lots of insight from other eminent speakers and attendees of this session today, because I have felt that my friends and colleagues who I have met in India so far are already and considerably agile, already flexible and highly potent from my point of view as a Korean. So from this great opportunity, I'd like to simply share a very short story of mine on the agility. So especially back in the day, LG Chem had leadership and decision-making processes based on quite waterfall and top-down method, as Dr. Supriya Patil ma'am had simply mentioned. And it was somewhat typical as petrochemical-oriented company, as well as Korean conglomerate, which someone says that it may get affected by cultures of mandatory military service in South Korea. So if we assume that there is a new project to do, first, every member shall invest their lots of time to do the pre-research and gather primary and secondary sources. And the project would go step by step on the basis of complete 3 to 5, long-term, mid-term master plan. So from the manager's point of view, unless until there is a complete plan and seems very feasible result, it would be considerably challenging for the project leader to get certain approval or permission from the top management to continue the project, especially when I just got recruited from LG Chem at the time. So even at the time, the concept of agility under leadership existed. However, it was considered as just kind of proclaiming terminology, and it was not that much applicable for practical activities or works. I think it was because the concept of agility was accepted as certain methodology. Moreover, since English is neither mother nor official language of South Korea, sometimes its literal meaning of slightly mistranslated as in just too quick from mass media. So, and its misconception led the decision made in a way of just ad hoc, which occurs a chaos of leadership and simultaneously makes team members very suffers from this decision made. However, the most of all here might remember the circumstances from approximately March 2020 had dramatically changed. So we all were also forced to get changed due to the unexpected global pandemic situation. So at the time, I was in Sao Paulo, Brazil, to conduct academic activity of our brand with Brazilian healthcare professionals, because I'm working in this pharmaceutical and medical devices sector. Conducting certain activity, what Ms. Dangre had mentioned in a traditional way. But I should be on board to come back to South Korea in an urgent manner at the time due to COVID-19. So because of that, simply saying all offline activities were technically prohibited, such as overseas business trip, which was the common sense as the overseas sales manager, and face-to-face business meeting, and the congress, exhibition, training module, academic, the delivery, even very, very essential field work of medical representative, etc. To drop the brochure, the catalog just next to the desk of the doctor, etc. So having continued the prohibition of this kind of offline activity, there have been various and huge obstacles to operate and persist the previous success formula and combination of brand marketing. So at the time, the boss of mine and the leaders was kind of God, because I thought that they know every single thing and the right answer. So in order to compete with the difficulties, I had to frequently communicate with the leaderships of mine. And it was quite interesting for me to find out that there was no leader who could give the right answer to overcome the challenges at the time. So previously, at least there was at least one right answer from their empirical data of the leadership, even though it, maybe not that much efficient or its impact may not be huge, but there was the right answer. So time taken, and we did not have a sufficient amount of time to set the master plan and execute it as we used to do, because the time was very limited and our customer expected that LG could do something. So there was no option, but we should act with just interim plans. So I think it was the moment that we explode our potential that we did not know well. So we had to initiate the new project of digital transformation of the old school marketing activities into the new one, such as establishment and development of academic webinar system, closed academic webinar, for the healthcare professionals, upgrading our customer relationship management programs, and all the way of communication. So we also had to initiate it with a global campaign on coping with, COVID-19 in the aesthetic field, etc. So in that project, every member was the leader of the project, and the master plan was very flexible and kept modified with the discussion with the top management. And the key performance indicator KPI of the project kept updated, being corresponding with the feedbacks of customers and market changes simultaneously. So in that scene, it was really, really difficult to shoot the moving target, but the voice of customer were the most important navigator of our decision made. And in order to have agile mindset, it was vital to see the circumstances as it is. Generally, the manager and leadership are really easy to see the situation as they want to see. However, it was very important to evaluate it and prepare for the next steps based on the customer feedbacks. I'm not just talking about the customer-centric, the marketing, the industry 3.0, but it was very essential. And our new activities got lots of compliments and helped them to get connected with the patient of society. So hence, as we are still living in this new normal COVID-19 era, approximately over 2 years so far, and it, I really do not want to do, but it may, remain for coming years. So I think the agility is not rather a formula or methodology as like working backward of Amazon. I'm not underestimate them, but the core value and principle of the culture. I think that because Amazon, all member and leaderships has embodied its value of agility in their mind and their body, the working backward system can work in their culture. So narratively saying, the first, like the core value and principles, what I'd like to say is that narratively saying, first, to sense the change and anticipate the change, as Priya said. Secondly, to evaluate it, and if it is considered as an impact to the organization you belong to. Lastly, quickly accept and embody the system of endlessly feeding back on the result against the action taken. So although I had shared just my personal experiences and thought, especially from marketing's point of view. But this agility, leadership, and systems have embodied in overall business functions of LG Chem, because LG really cares it, and one of core value of the company with sustainability in this era. And accordingly, company members are strongly aligned with its value to work. So it was end of my story. And while we are hearing from, other eminent speaker and the faculties from today, I personally also expect and hope more agile mindset can be a powerful multiplier to maximize the potential of myself and the attendees here today. So thank you for your attention, and I'd like to hand over my mic to the next speaker, to ma'am, both Anyawa. Thank you.
Yes, technology did not help me out here, Jackie, and it bumped me off. So I'm speaking from Shilpa ma'am's area now,
Yes, no
as you
issue.
can see. Yes. So this is very interesting what you just mentioned, that every person in the group ended up becoming a leader, taking up leadership roles. And I think that is very critical in a crisis situation like this, that every person, you stop relying on somebody else to take decisions, but if you need to and if you can, you kind of start taking decisions at that point and start moving on. So this is an interesting perspective from the east part of the globe. And coming back to India again, Karan, I'm going to take this forward to you. And since you head your company and you were taking off, you belong to a completely different sector, the agri area. How was your experience when you kind of, went through this entire crisis period? And how did you keep your employees there? How did you keep yourself all the strong and going? So over to you, Karan.
Right. Thank you very much for this opportunity, ma'am, and to the other respected faculty at PUMBA. Just a quick confirmation that am I audible? Because like I mentioned to you that I'll be at a very, very away side wherein I don't get good network. Am I completely audible?
And you are audible, and whatever background, it makes me leave this place and come there. It's beautiful at the back, if that is really in nature.
So I'm sitting in the middle of a forest in Dehradun because we are here as a group for an offsite. So anyway, I think my fellow speakers have already shared a lot about the pandemic and the challenges that the pandemic brought to each one of us. I would just like to take you guys through a little bit about my college experience and then post-college experience, because I think that's something that I feel will be of value to the students. One thing is for sure that this pandemic has been a black swan event, which is which has pushed everyone to be agile. So it's not like agility by choice, but rather agility by force. But speaking for myself, I would say the agility that I have been demonstrating in my career, right from the days that I spent at PUMBA. Our course was still evolving at PUMBA, and I always had a dream of specializing in finance. So just to give a perspective to what I'm talking about, our course was not so well structured at that point in time. I don't know how it is now. So there was one option in front of me was to accept the way it is. The other was to knock every possible door and grab the best of the opportunity that I had. So I requested Supriya Patil ma'am and other speakers also to bring in some external faculty for our course, just to enlighten us with the things that we were missing out in our course. So that was the first time that now that I look back and I tend to reflect, was a part of a leader in making in myself. I think I started becoming more and more agile back then, and as much as I am today. I would go to other maybe other courses in PUMBA and try to acquire more information there, because that was not part of my course. So I still remember there was a quote in this movie called Three Idiots when this character Rancho of Amir Khan, he says, जहाँ भी बैठो ज्ञान मिल रहा है ले लो जितना ले सकते हो. So I used to do that and sit in the general course, sometimes in BT course and sometimes in other courses for whatever information I needed. So I think those were some ingredients that set in very early in my career. Then I got into consulting as my first job in Avalon, which was in Mumbai. Worked there for nearly a year, and then Lehman crisis happened, and then we had subprime crisis, and because our company used to do most business with US and Europe, so I was mostly on bench, not doing nothing at all, which was not setting well with me. But what I did then also in those the time that I spent at Avalon, I tried to get involved in other projects, like projects that I was not officially working on, or I could charge. As in consulting, you are required to charge your hours. I was not charging anything. I was on bench, but I would get involved in other projects just to get learning going, because I didn't want to stagnate or not doing anything at all. So that was the second element of agility that set in me while I was just pursuing my career. And how that has helped me is that when I quit my job and went to the family business, I had a variety of experience from marketing to operations to finance to HR. Whereas my forte used to be finance and numbers, I could get a sort of a good flavor of a variety of roles. And then when I joined business, my father now sometimes says that, Karan, I look at you and I feel that you took to business as a fish takes to water. So I think that's another element of agility that I could demonstrate in my business. And then I started out with this company, which was in 2008-9 financial year. The business was pretty small. We used to do sales of about 20 crores in our organization, which is into farm equipment. And then within next 3-4 years, 4 financial years, we went from 20 crores to 200 crores in 4 financial years with a CAGR of 40%. And some of the ingredients of that growth story was, of course, getting our national footprints in place, going global. So when I joined, we were just a national player in north of India, and then we were exporting to just 2-3 countries. Now as we speak, we are a national player. We are present in all the states of India. We cover about all the 6 continents with 106 countries with our dealerships. So those global footprints have been quite handy in withstanding any kind of shocks, like whether there was an economic shock or there was a global geographical shock. We could really mitigate our business to a great extent. So again, I feel it's actually all about agility. I mean, even with an organization which is 40 years old, I try to still run this organization like a startup. Having that said, having that kind of frivolity or penchant for new initiatives, structure is very important at the same time. So I am all for systems and processes, and that's something I did in the initial years of my stint at BUPL. We started to roll out an ERP system because the company wasn't having an ERP system. There were lack of processes. So structure and processes are very, very important, while I say that you should run like a startup. So that's one of the building blocks for the growth story that we have had at BUPL. And then, there was it seemed like, metaphorically speaking, it seemed like we were on fire. We were growing like 40% CAGR for 5 years. And then suddenly we had a lot of product issues for 2 years, 14-15 and 15-16. We actually had a degrowth. Those 2 years have been very tough. Again, we were agile, we were nimble as an organization, so we could really, come back to a stage where we were before those product issues. So back in 17-18, again, we came to a period wherein again we started growing. And then 16, I missed 2 years actually, 2016 and 2017, when demonetization and GST happened. Again, for every business, I'm not just speaking for myself, I would say for the entire industry, those were also like black swan events. One has to really completely restructure, reorganize, regroup, and again find new strategies. Those 2 years again took us below 200 crores top line. So we were hovering on 20 to 200 journey for a good 4 years. I mean, 4 years of being on fire to 4 years on being a fence sitter to see how do we get into the next orbit of growth. And then came COVID pandemic. But by then we were quite resilient. So, the growth story, then we got into a new orbit of growth from 200 to, we went to 350, and this year we're going to cross 500 crores mark. So I would say that all these years, if had it not been for agility, a lot of passion, a lot of ownership of what we are doing, we wouldn't have been able to embark onto this journey. So I think that's pretty much for the opening session. I would not take more time and give mic back to ma'am.
Wow, that is congratulations to you, and your leadership is now reaching to 500 crores. That's wonderful.
Thank you.
That's really wonderful, and it's a beautiful journey. You try to go up, and then there's a dip. You kind of regroup, and then you start back and start moving again. So I want to
And
bring.
if I may say, ma'am, another thing, just to summarize these entire, let's say, graph of going up, going down. I think it's about growing through crisis, not going through crisis. So we chose the the first one. So we have grown through crisis.
Actually, that's a wonderful mutation of the word going to growing. It's lovely. People should actually, I think students who are all listening, you all should take note of this. You should not be going through crisis, but you should be growing through crisis. And that's one of the best messages I've got today. Wonderful. Now I want to bring Shashidhar back on board here somewhere, and open up kind of a discussion, the real discussion forum here. So Shashidhar, if you can guess, thank you so much. And I also would like Chintamani sir to come on board with us. Chintamani sir, if you would unmute and join the session, that would be wonderful.
Yes, ma'am.
So we've got different aspects from different parts of the world. So whether you're an employee or you're an employer, perspectives are different. And Shashidhar, you started off with saying that there's a lot of empathy and a lot of compassion was needed during the COVID times. But now that we are kind of, hopefully out of it, almost, let's say, out of it. I'm at least optimistic that we are going to move out of it. Do you think you will have to reassess the situation? Because, a lot of people have gotten very comfortable sitting at home. Our work from home culture that, we never knew what work from home was. And now all of us know what work from home is. And now we wonder, do we really need to go back to our workplace when we can do pretty much almost most of it, unless you are in the manufacturing industry? So what is your take on it, and how would you start off from
there? Just a disclaimer before I get on to this topic, because to each his own. I have a very strong viewpoint on work from home that happened over the last couple of years, and I've been pretty vocal on various public platforms in all my different interactions in social media about what I feel about work from home. There are two ways to look at it regarding how the work culture has evolved over a period of time. Unlike traditional companies which are corporations or which are corporate culture, where the DNA of the company is pretty much defined over a period of say 2-3 decades. Let's take an example: Microsoft, Google, and Yahoo also the world. The DNAs of the companies have pretty much stagnated, or which have been codified, or they are irrelevant. Because let me put it this way: in Microsoft, there are thousands and thousands of engineers. For every one engineer, there are 2 engineers as a backup. And there the DNA fundamentally is not as important, because you are reaching a stage of stagnation of growth. Whereas a company like us, as any startup, people grow by rubbing on ideas from each to other. The day Narendra Modi has announced that lockdown has been lifted, I was the first guy to enter the office. I, along with my office boy, were the only 2 people who were in the office for close to 2-3 weeks. I have never asked any of my employees to come to office. The reason being, sitting at home, I thrive. Again, it's a very personal choice. I thrive on energies of my colleagues. I learn a lot from other people. And when you are a part of a team, the productivity might be low. So the head of my HR kept complaining, Shashi, we are able to squeeze 9 to 8 for the employees. There is no travel, there is no lunch breaks, there are no tea breaks. So there is absolutely nothing. You are completely screwing up my productivity. I said, I really don't want productivity. The productivity is not in ideas. productivity is not there in interactions. We are humans. We are all social people. There is a certain way a certain company culture has to be built. So it's a very contrarian call that I have taken. I said we all will come to the office. We all will decide for ourselves what is right, what is wrong. And sooner or later, what I realized is people started feeling that, hey guys, this is no more a monotonous individual contributor job that I sit in in a corner of my office, talk to no one, and do as if I'm coding a line of code for my software program. People wanted to interact. People want to talk to each other. They want to gossip. They want to bitch around. Say, "Was wo galat hai, ye galat hai." That's where the energy comes. Sitting in a single room all the day, running after a daily course, whether if you're married, your wife keeps nagging, or if you have kids who are disturbing all around, you really can't focus. You really can't focus. And that's the truth. I just making it much more entertaining for each one of us. But to each his own. For a people as old as me, I thrive on what I learn from others. I learn a lot from the people whom I work with daily. We have arguments, we have discussions, we have a lot of stuff that is going on, which never happens in a zoomified work from home environment. In fact, Shilpa ma'am would very much recollect the fact that I also wanted this session to be in-person session and not a Zoom session. If you recollect, I was insisting on that. The reason being, the work from home culture is very good for a certain set of industries, but it doesn't work for startups because in startups there is no 7-day plan. So whenever a new joinee starts working from our office, he asks us, do we have a 6-month plan? I said, only have 2-day plan. I don't even know whether my company will run for next 6 months. So I don't have a 6-month plan. I only have a 1-day plan. You guys have to get the shit done and move ahead. I think the biggest loser in the work from home kind of a culture has been the ability to bond with your colleagues. And this bonding with your colleagues, learning from them, learning from the mistakes, learning from the experiences is more so important for a person who's just joining the workforce. Okay, at least I have the liberty, I have the freedom that I can pick up the phone and talk to anyone and say, okay, boss, how did it work for you? I can talk to a big basket founder, I can talk to a grow first founder. Hey guys, how did it work for you? But people at your level may not understand. You will learn a lot. So that's the reason I keep telling a lot to the people who are just joining the workforce. Please choose your first job not based on how much CTC you get. In fact, I got the least CTC when I joined a job at PUMBA. I still remember a lot of my colleagues, a lot of my classmates got high flying jobs, and I got the least paycheck. The reason I chose my job at that point of time, which gave me 14,000 rupees per month, is because I know the learning opportunity is very big. Because I'll be working in a sector. I joined GVFL, which is a venture capital firm, where I would be able to learn more. And your learning is directly proportional to the number of people that you interact. As a very famous saying goes, you are an average. You really can't do much. But if you get the best of knowledge from others, you'll always have that lacuna. I think a lot of people find it very convenient to work from home, but trust me, in few years' time, you will realize the lacuna in your learning will hit you very hard. And in our company, we have not forced anyone to come to office. It's because they themselves thought that they are getting left out from great discussion that happens in the office that they started coming back to the office. So, long and short, two important key summary points. One is your ability to learn is directly proportional to the number of people that you meet in the day. Second, leadership is not all about a title or a designation. It's the ability to inspire others to do things that you wanted to do without explicitly telling them. I have never asked anyone in my company to come to office. I have just made it a point to come every day to my office. My wife, my kids would always say, Ki boss, are you okay going to office all alone? I said, absolutely okay. I need to set an example. I need to set an example for others to follow. If I sit at home and expect my colleagues to go to office, then it's a pretty wrong precedence. I worked in office for 1 month just with my office boy. The office boy has to come because he has to open the office and he has to serve me tea and coffee. Beyond that, I have not asked anyone. People start trickling it. People started coming in. Leadership is all about setting example, inspiring others to do something without you explicitly saying that. We didn't take up any office memo. We didn't force people to say that we'll do pay cuts. Absolutely nothing. People realize themselves and they come along. I think, in my opinion, the pandemic has fundamentally brought out a new facet of leadership. Is what? Inspirational, compassionate, and being empathic. People will automatically follow. As a business, you'll always see ups and downs, but if you are able to stick to the vision of the company, mission of the company, you'll trust me, you'll more or less likely to go up in your career and your life, because unless and until your manager trusts you or leader trusts you, how much ever smart you are, you're not going to go anywhere in life. So at the end of the day, the trust only will come uh, to only those people who are committed to the larger vision of the company. So even now, I have few people who have not come to office for weeks together, but their ability to build a relation of trust that wherever they are in this planet, they would be able to deliver, and they have delivered, has built in a great explicit trust into that. And the problem with trust is it's very binary. Either you trust or you don't trust. You really can't. The moment your reporting manager asks you, please trust me, which fundamentally means there is none, and you're asking to do. So the moment your manager trusts you, he would never use the word trust. This is one of the invisible words that always has to be behind the lips, not in front of your lips. So in my opinion, leadership has to transcend three different phases of life: trust, ability to inspire others, and ability to make sure people take ownership of what they want to do. If you are able to tick all the check boxes and be patient, your day under the sun will definitely come. To all the people who are going to join the workforce, always ask, why would a company, always ask, what can I make the company do much better? The moment you are able to uh, people who have worked with you in the past. And if those people don't give a great recommendation of yours, how much ever stellar, beautiful English that you use in TVs will not work. The people who work with you are the best advocates of your next employer. Even today, even if I take a person who is an entry level guy, I ask their professors, I ask their friends about what kind of person it is, because I can always train a person on skill, but I can never train a person on attitude. So please understand, build great relationship, build great trust, and make sure everything else falls into place. Unlike Karan, Shilpa madam would not like me to confess this. I'm not a very studious guy. Whatever I have learned outside the education institutions. This is the closest that I can see myself talking to my professors. Not more than that. Unlike Karan, I was absolutely the other side of the paradigm. I hardly met my friends or my classmates in a year. So whatever you do, there is no fixed formula. What works for you works for everyone is a very fallacious argument. What you need to understand very clearly is learning should never stop. Can learn from books, people can learn from others. I chose the second because I believe that worked for me. And believe me, up asking you resumes. Your LinkedIn looks beautiful because you know good English. But people will ask, "Aap kisse kaam kiya hai?" Today, I am very proud that I work with people who are my advocates. So I work with K. Ganesh, who is a serial entrepreneur. The next time when I go for a job, which I should never be, I say, please talk to K. Ganesh. The moment I say that, people say, okay, I know him. I don't need to. So my humble request to all the people who are going to join the workforce, learn things. Even if you're taking a pay cut, if you believe that job is going to give a lot of learning, please go ahead and take the risk of taking a low CTC. CTC is not your entitlement. That only gives you happiness at the end of the first month, where your SMS says that this much salary has been hit your bank account. After 29 days, you will feel the agony of working in an organization where learning is not there. So please put more emphasis on learning, more emphasis on the company, more emphasis on the role. CTC will take care of itself. Don't go after CTC. You'll obviously become valuable. People will pay for value. People will not pay for how much you're. I am taking people who are taking a pay cut from their last jobs. A person comes across and see me, I got 18 lakhs last month. So would you be giving me 20%? I said, I really don't care how much you got. I want to understand what value you bring to the table in my company. So please understand, try to build value into your system. Money will follow. If you go after money, the value will degrade. If you are getting something which is substantially or insignificantly disproportionate to your value, sooner or later, that means people are valuing something else. I have seen a lot of people say that I got 5 lakhs package, now I'm on the moon. But the people whom I know got that kind of package are still maybe 20-30% more than that in next 5 years. The reason being, market has a great mechanism of auto correcting itself. Unless and until you want to work in Microsoft, Google, and big corporations or corporate world, where the dynamics of performance is very different from a startup. I come from a startup, and I ran startup for last 10-15 years. So I can tell you for sure, in a startup, every person is important, from CEO to the person who starts the job. Everyone is equally important. Any person who does not do his job well will get weeded out very easily. So please trust me, don't neglect working at a startup. If you ask me one advice that I give to the people who are leaving the campus for jobs, please give a chance to work for a startup. You may not get the salary. There might be risk, huge risk. There are a lot of chaos, but the amount of learning you'll get is massive. You'll get maturity of your lifetime. Doesn't mean that you don't get in corporation. Corporation is very structured life. I always been a person of chaos. I always like chaotic environments. I like unstructured things. I like problem solving. Okay. When shit falls, I'll enjoy the most because I know there is an opportunity to make a great business out of it. So please trust me. Startups will rule the world, at least India, for next 2 to 3 decades. When you're starting the career, please understand the role, not the money. Because I know it's easy said than done. But if you make short-term compromise, then you have to make a long-term loss. As simple as that. So the leadership that you talk to is very important. So one final comment before I give the mic back to Shilpa madam is that I was very fascinated by a young guy who come from a very regional college. After the entire HR process was done, he said, I want to talk to the CEO. The HR was flabbergasted. Why? He said, I want to know the vision of the company. I'm just not just going there for a job. I want to understand what impact I make. I love to hear those kind of voices. I want people to come and ask me not how much appraisal is done, what is the kind of impact I'm making to the world. If you are on the same path as me, trust me, money will follow. But if you start following money, soon you'll lose your value. Because everyone can put value on you, but no one can put money on you.
That's really wonderful, Shashidhar.
Thanks,
I
madam.
mean, it's a different take on the entire perspective. And Chintamani sir, I believe you are getting questions here on your, yeah. So, why, sir, you need to unmute. Chintamani sir, please unmute.
We have got a few questions here, ma'am. And
yeah, and I think we should take them forward to all the panelists and because
first one I would take forward is for either for Karan or Shashidhar, being leaders of their organizations and how they are leading their companies. The question is, how do you motivate your employees, especially in these difficult times that everyone has been talking since morning and everyone has been experiencing it for the last 2 years? Work from home, pros and cons, whether it's really ruining your personal life and so on. But the question is, how do you keep your employees motivated and what keeps them driving. That's I believe one of the component of being an agile leader.
Shashidhar, should I take this one?
Yeah,
or
yeah,
you wanna...
please.
All right. So again, sir, I wouldn't really talk from perspective of COVID as such, because like Supriya ma'am was also mentioning, we are seeing a silver lining in the form of COVID declining in India. So I would say business in general. Yes, with a flavor of COVID, of course. So when pandemic struck, I chickened out. I mean, like anybody else, I also chickened out and not knowing what is to be done. But soon after, the reality strikes you, and you obviously have to make a plan. So the first thing that we did was we got a leadership team together, and we did a good brainstorming session as to what can be done, what cannot be done, just like any other organization. So a couple of things that really helped us in motivating our people. One was to be very, very transparent. We did have some austerity measures taken in our organization, because being a manufacturing company, we have a lot of overheads. So with the uncertainty of lockdowns, we had to take some austerity measures, wherein we had to defer some of the pay, salaries of people, but with a lot of transparency, and letting them know that even the managing director is taking a pay cut, and followed by all the board of directors, everybody is taking a pay cut. So the leadership team took a pay cut, whereas people down the line, the salaries were only deferred to an extent wherein we start resuming operations and we break even, and we can again get back to normal. So I think one of the things that really motivate people is if you're very transparent with them. That builds what Sasidhar was also talking about, a lot of trust. They start believing in you. And I sincerely feel that any true selfless act, that triggers another. So if you are um, being very transparent, you are being honest, people align with you more number of times than not, they will align with you. So I think that's one of the things that I find very handy while motivating people. The other thing we did was just to get people aligned with the core strategy of the company. We did a lot of goal setting during that time. And even up until now, I've seen that we, especially in Asia, people tend to relate more when you do very crystal clear goal setting. Things are on piece of a paper and not so much on verbal. So we made sure that every year we do a proper annual planning cycle. We do 3-day workshop. We call it a quantum leap. Even today, when we are outside, it's a preparation for the quantum leap workshop that we plan to do in January. So that goal setting exercise really motivates people a lot. When people are given benchmarks which are realistic, which are achievable, but at the same time they have to come out of their comfort zone to go to a stretch or a fear zone, that really brings in a new streak in them. So I think that also is one of the things that we do and motivates a lot to people. Lastly, we have a very, very robust and dynamic reward and recognition program. Just a fortnight back, we distributed gold coins to a lot of people. We divide a lot of projects, So let's say if a company is struggling with inventory issue, we do design projects around inventory. So, we set the milestone, we set the benchmarks, and there are 3 top people who then get gold coins as a reward. And, they're not only just the gold coin, they also get a badge on the collar, which they can very proudly reflect back, and people can take a note of that he is the champion of the month, or he is the champion of this project. So these are some of the things that we do in our organization, and has helped us immensely to motivate people. Thank you.
I have a couple of sentences on this. Motivation is a very subjective thing, to each his own. In my tech team, if I tell my tech guy during the COVID period, I don't think you will be able to solve this using tech, it fires him up. He said, "What the hell is this? Why do you say so?" I said, "नहीं हो पाएगा यार, तुमसे नहीं हो पाएगा, मैं किसी और को दूंगा." He takes it very personal. If I tell to my marketing team, guys, I think the ideas that you are bringing up, I need to find a college intern to come with a fresh ideas. My marketing head will never come back to me unless until she comes with a really good ideas. If I go to my sales executives or the people on the production side, I tell them, okay, boss, I believe that since you are going through a certain phase in your life impacted by COVID, I believe let the production be halted. You come back, and the company will wait for you. That kind of a gesture really moves production people, because they believe production is one such sector which is commoditized, because the skill set level is very low. So when the team believes, though my skill set is low, but the company is willing to wait for me, the amount of passion they bring towards you will be multiplier effect. They say, "Ki boss, company trusts me, though I'm not the strongest skill oriented person. Then let me go out of my skin to help when I'm good." So the motivation to inspire, to get the best out of people differs from function to function, person to person. Your ability as a leader to spot what fires up a certain individual is key to everything. I think I'm not modest, but I think I have in it me to understand what fires up whom. And I keep telling my HR person that if you need to know what tickles someone to do better, please let me know. I'll have a couple of hours of session I can figure out. I think I'm just bragging about it, but the larger question is, there is no textbook theory course on getting people motivated. Like what Karan said, every department has their own. In my own experience of working with Big Basket, Kotia, and Growers of the world, where the startup ecosystem is so fast paced, where things happen every now and then, your ability to pick the right people to get motivated is very important. One thing that I've seen work very well for me is the set of people that who work directly with me are the best catalysts to translate that motivation to the next level. And how did I do that? Irrespective of designations, I pick up those people in the company who are seen as catalysts for motivation. That guy can be a chief manager, guy can be a VP, that guy can be a normal senior manager. Levels and designation doesn't matter to me. What matters to me the fact that whether the guy has a ability to influence others, and my ability to pick out those kind of people and then carry forward that motivation wave to the next level is what worked for me. But having said that, you need to invest a lot to find those kind of stuff. And I'm a very personal oriented guy. So I spend a lot of time with people to understand what works, what doesn't work. I failed 99% in my life in spotting, but the 1% that made me successful is what brought the company to this level. I learned a lot from my failures. The biggest thing I learned from a failure is that never get dejected or never get bored of getting tired. Trying. I keep trying. I keep trying a lot. Someday I'll be successful. I think in motivation levels also, you keep trying all the tricks in the trade. No two persons are alike. Even in a family, you and your brother are not getting motivated by a similar thing. So to add to what Karan was saying, motivations are different for different people. You just have to figure out what motivates whom, and not follow a copybook style of what you heard in motivation speeches on a YouTube link and trying to rephrase in your own sentence and give it to you, because your employee more or less would have seen that video himself and said, "Ye मैंने सुना हुआ है, ये फिर भी वही बात बता रहा है." So it doesn't work that way. Trust me, doesn't work that way. The symmetry of information these days, thanks to internet, is too good that plagiarism can get caught easily. Be natural, be yourself, like what Karan was saying. Be someone who people can trust. Things will follow. There might be people who drop out, but these are not the right people that should be in your company. The people who stick along are the people who would carry forward the legacy of yours. Find people who understand your motivation, who are miniature versions of yours, because they are going to translate to the next level. As a leader, you really can't be everywhere. In fact, one of the biggest learning of COVID, unlike before COVID, was we used to have a town hall. I'm not sure how much Karan would agree with me. There are town halls in startups wherein a founder and CEO would address the entire company. With COVID, all town halls became Zoom halls, and only we conducted one Zoom hall. And after that, we said there is no more Zoom halls, because internet problems, the other person can't hear what I say, and the passion that get translated while you're talking face to face is beautiful. Now what happened, there's limited set of people who work with me are the guys whom I do the town hall. I expect them to translate the message to the next team members. Again, as I said, we are working functionally from our offices, from from the time Modi ji ne bola lockdown khul gaya hai. And briefly for a month last year, this year during the lockdown of wave 2, we were stopped. But having said that, nothing replaces your ability to understand people at a miniature level. Nothing replaces. Don't follow copybook styles that you see in speeches, motivation speeches on YouTube. They don't work.
Great.
Or do you, ma'am?
Thank you so much for the practical insights. I'm sure the students are going to benefit definitely out of the life lessons, probably what they are getting from you. Question for Aarti and Jackie is, both of you talked about the challenges in sales, especially in the pharma industry, and how it is transformed due to the COVID. Now, with regards to taking a critical business decision, especially in the times of crisis where there is no scope for failure, what is the extra care that you take so that things fall in place for you?
Jackie, would you be okay for me to go first?
Yeah, please, after you.
Okay. It all depends on how well you prepare your sales force. So when you are not directly in the line of sales, but you are somebody who is working really hard so that you are preparing your sales in either the marketing materials that they are presenting to the customers, or in preparing your own sales teams so that they understand the applications that their customers are working in. It all works around how well prepared your sales force is and how close to the market that they are talking to and selling in is. So if you take care enough to make sure that your sales force is prepared enough to tackle all sorts of dilemmas that the customer might throw at them, be that what is the lead time of your products, when can we receive the products, we are trying to scale up, we need so many pieces of equipment, how soon can you deliver? But at the same time, you have production issues, you have raw material prices going up because of pandemic, the entire value chain or the production chain is facing the same challenges in delivering to you as you are facing the challenges to deliver to your customer. So preparing your sales force and empowering them with the knowledge of what is happening with your company, how the production is suffering, and what actions you're taking to mitigate that. And and as Shashidharan said, or Karan said, being transparent about what is the situation today, that helps a lot in preparing your sales force. And I think those are the actions that at least my corporation has taken along really well in communicating what the issues are, what steps that they have put into place to mitigate the issues that we have, ramping up production, and how that has affected on the overheads. Although the company is making so much more than we were making the same time last year, uh, we are selling more, but it's not always a good thing. When you sell more, you also need to produce more, and when you need to produce more, you need to make sure that your capacities are up to the mark. If you have to improve your capacities or increase your capacities, that's not a job done in one day. So there has to there goes so much of planning, so much people power in increasing your production, ramping it up, that everything else is also dependent on that. So when you sell more, you got to produce more, you have to produce more, you got to make sure everything else that helps you produce more is in place. So a salesperson who is in front of the customer trying to get business need to know of these challenges that the company is facing. Otherwise, they go commit, promise, over promise, and then when they're not able to deliver, you lose the business. So transparency is key, communication is key, being well prepared is the key in mitigating that.
So, I mean, I really also agree to the opinion of Ms. Dangre, and I'd like to make my answer quite short for the other question and for the speaker. And simply saying, like, I had made a word with other partner from Latin America and Europe about this topic before. And simply saying, I would like to say the leadership should make the small scale and try to achieve a very small goal from proto or prototype of the business, because especially in the very, in the situation of making the critical decision making, somehow the leaders expect to make a big shot, which means they all risk also very increased, and the other members under them are also under very pressure. So, in that situation, I think that it is very important to make this decision skill very small. As like a preto or prototype, and let their member to experiences about the successful experiences and achievement from that. And the transparency is also very important to simultaneously exchange their feedback on the result of their trial, and on the basis of their empirical data of that, the leadership can make a very critical decision, with the high confidence based on their previous activities. I think so.
Yes. Over to you, ma'am.
Actually, I would, want to, this is wonderful. I think we can really continue talking. I just check with Shilpa ma'am how much more time we have. Do we, yeah, we do. She said we do have 10 more minutes. So I think we would like to really, Chintamani sir, is there any other question that we need to take care of?
No, ma'am, unless there's someone who wants to ask any question. What questions we have got? By and large, were answered already by the panelists. So, it was quite easy for me.
Oh, okay. All right. So now for all of you in general, two of you have a chain of leadership and then two of you are taking decisions on your own. So if you were like Shashidhar was very eloquent when he said that go for startups, try startups, and that's where you learn. But I'm sure, like Karan said, it's like the Three Idiots lesson. You can learn wherever you want and wherever you can sit and learn, that is the place of learning. Now, we really are in a situation where we don't know what to tell our students to learn. So when they are here, we have a structured program, right? There's a set of a syllabus that is defined. There are a few things we give them as add-ons and extras, but that is not enough. So according to you, what else should our students be doing to, become leaders eventually in this this situation, the way they call it, the VUCA world or the dynamic situation? What is your opinion? Anybody can unmute and go ahead.
If I can give my 2 cents on this, you very rightly said that, ma'am. You don't have to join a startup to learn. You can learn anywhere you are. I think a word of advice what I would give is, it doesn't matter what you're learning, or if you're questioning yourself, am I learning enough? What matters more is communicating that, having a really good chat with your management and discussing what you think, even though you might not be in the leadership. It's very important to make yourself heard, to have that confidence to communicate what your point of view is, even though it might not work. Who cares? Give it a try, see what that might bring. Communicate, talk to your manager, present your ideas, present what you think could work or could be a solution. You never know, it might be the solution. So, and don't be afraid to try new things. Don't be afraid to see, okay, there is a new program that I'm seeing. Research, look at things that are available today, and don't be afraid to take those back to your manager and have a chat. Say, this is what I've found, shall we try? Do you think this will work in our team or in our organization? I think that this would bring some value. What do you think? Don't be afraid to talk to your managers. Don't be afraid to present your ideas, because you are the young generation. You are so close to the technology, and you are able to absorb and use these technology much more faster than us old people. Because I say that because I have seen this myself. um, when something works, we are very afraid to change it. And this is true even in the world of pandemic, when we are saying we got to be agile, we need to adopt new things, we need to try new things, we are still afraid to change, to adopt new things. But when someone comes in with an enthusiasm and with a confidence that, there might be a solution, or that there are other options that could work so well, or maybe bring a different dynamic to the business, don't be afraid to make yourself heard, because you never know, your leadership might not even know about that ABC program that is going to shorten your sales journey, or bring more revenue, or make things easier to sell, or to produce, or to analyze. There are no We talk about marketing, and we think, yes, what is marketing? Only writing brochures, only writing the website content, or just creating nice good looking material. But that's not it. When you talk about marketing, it is based on really detailed strategies. How do you make these strategies? You need to have some analytical tools at your disposal, so that you can analyze the business and then develop strategies based on your products, based on your geographies, based on the different dynamics of different territories. And then you roll out different marketing strategies, be that a product launch, or be that an exhibition. Hell, we have even tried out virtual exhibitions, where you just develop a whole exhibition room in a 3D environment, and you invite your customers there, hold virtual talks. There are so many things that you can try. Just don't be afraid to communicate, or to bring this to your management. You might have an ace up your sleeve.
Would anybody else like to add a few words here?
Yeah, so in addition to that word, as also marketer from this pharmaceutical sector, I would like to suggest the attendees to learn from their own failure. So because we had done lots of case studies, during our school life. However, from my point of view, I received it as kind of rocket science, or certain issue not related to me. But when I myself make a trial and get failure, because in this agile era, there is very low likelihood and possibility to get the success from the first shot. So when you try it and when you get hurt, and objectively, you are supposed to see what you have done and what was the issue, which occurred, that failure, and you can make it up for the next trial, and you may be the masterpiece after a certain trial of time. I think so.
Karan, would you like to add a word too? Oh, okay, Shashidhar, go ahead.
Yeah. Simple, very simple piece of advice to people. You're right, madam. Cost structures no more became very relevant because the business environments are changing. So one piece of advice I give to all the people would be that that identify the sector or the company that you want to work for. Okay, if you identified that, don't be afraid to take up any job there, because unless and until sometimes we feel entitled. Like for example, I have done my MBA from PUMBA. I only want to do a manager job. Learning is important. If in my company, if I don't have a specific role for you, the person comes back and says me, Shashi, I don't care about the role. Why don't you allow me to do any work that you want me to do? Because your ability to tell the company that I'm willing to do anything to be a part of the learning curve is very important. The sense of entitlement has to go off. Unless and until you keep that sense of entitlement to yourself, that I come from a certain pedigree, so I need to get a certain role, certain designation, then you'll always get screwed up. Get out of that entitlement. Get into the zone of learning. There are people who come back to me and say, Shashi, I really don't care about anything else. Can I work with you for 6 months? And be transparent about your expectation of the role. Be very, very transparent about why you want to do what you want to do. And tell them that what value you bring to the table. So learning is directly proportional to the amount of hard work that you put in showing your sincerity in this. Please leave entitlement. MBA doesn't make you superhuman overnight. Your ability to strike relationships, your ability to learn things from others, your ability to learn from your failures, like what Jackie said, is absolutely very critical to make you a better human being. MBA is just a degree. It doesn't make you a superhuman. What makes you a superhuman is your own personal trait. Everyone knows what it makes to be successful, right? Everyone knows what it be to be successful. But there are only few guys who became Elon Musk, few people who became Mukesh Ambani, few people who become Steve Jobs. Why? Because the personal traits of a person contributes a lot to the success of him. Perseverance, commitment, sincerity, all those things are not copybook words. They are words which differentiate a successor from a failure. I'll give a simple example before I hang up. I think not many people know this. When I went along with my senior management graduates for what do you call as brochure distribution for company placements, way back in 2004-5, I still remember I went to a company where it is known as venture capital, and there are hardly 4 people in the organization. And not to belittle anyone in this on the stage, but my senior didn't really see the value in working for a company which only has 4 people. Okay, but the amount of knowledge they bring to the table is immense. I was so mad at looking at that instantly I wrote some few. I think I have written not less than 100 to 150 mails to different venture capital MDs, shamelessly saying that I come from PUMBA, I want a summer internship. I still remember Shilpa madam kept on telling me, Shashi, you will not get any summer internship. Why don't you sit for some company? I was very arrogant, very stubborn, very adamant, saying that मुझे इसी industry में करना है. Though I know I don't even stand a single chance to be selected in that industry. Because the people who get selected, even for summer internship in venture capital private equity, come from IIM Ahmedabad. But I was very stubborn. Be very, very committed to what you want to do and never give up. I shamelessly wrote emails. In those days, I didn't even know that you should not write emails in capital letters. I laugh. Some of the emails I see now, I laugh, saying that how can I write such a stupid email? Why would someone even reply? I was begging for an internship. Okay, so be shameless. If you know what you love, please be shameless about it, and don't ever look for entitlement. Only look for what you gain out of it, because what you gain next 4 to 5 years will lay the path for the larger career. And I understood very well that being shameless is the only way I can get into those. And just for information, I think Karan knows that I did my summer internship in ICICI Ventures, and that is India's largest private equity fund. I competed with 3 IIM graduates, Ahmedabad graduates, to get that position. And this is something which I'm really proud, because I'm very shameless, I'm very perseverant, and I'm like a stamp on an envelope. Unless and until I get something, I just go after it. Sometimes it looks ugly. When it pays off, it looks very handsome, just like them I'm doing today. But please be persistent. Love what you do, learn things, and if you know something is right for you, and if you believe the person whom you're seeing, then you should go for it. Never give up. Never
That's
get
wonderful,
CTC.
Shashidhar. That's really wonderful. So, Karan, would you like to add a few cents before?
Right. So I think, ma'am, very valuable comments from Sasidhar as well as Aarti and Jackie. And just in continuation of what Sasidhar said, that one needs to be shameless while pursuing this agenda of getting internships and stuff. I would like to just also leave everybody with a quote that I'm just relating it to my college days. And I remember I used to ask a lot of questions, and sometimes at the risk of reiterating and also risking that why I ask so many questions. But I personally feel that one who is ashamed of asking questions is ashamed of learning. So it's better to be little shameless while asking questions, because that's the only way you learn. So don't hesitate. Go with it. Don't worry too much. Other than this, I mean, just I don't know if I should be commenting on this or not, but now that it's such a good question that you asked, that what else can be done. So as a student of PUMBA, and now as a industrialist after 12 years, I one reflection that I'm quickly getting after hearing all of you is that certainly there can be a better blend of industry plus the academics that we do at PUMBA. And I'm all for academics. I would not have any second thought on this, that whatever structure we have at PUMBA, or the the course curriculum we have, of course with few refinements here and there, it's still very relevant. I mean, I wouldn't have got my first job if not for PUMBA academics or the structure you had. I wouldn't have really done well at my first job if I did not have the fundamentals. So I think fundamentals are definitely needed. What is needed is maybe a refinement, or a blending of those academics with more industry experience. Probably you guys could have more industry people like Sasidhar coming in and giving a talk to them. So probably helping them with how you do valuation and stuff, or finance people, or how you do DCF, because when we were studying there, we did not get this kind of exposure which Sasidhar has on date. So I think that blend would be helping greatly all the students.
Thank you, actually, all of you. It was wonderful connecting with all of you. I think I can keep, we can keep chatting for a longer period of time, but you all are very busy people, and we need to, have an end somewhere here. So I think I would hand this over to Hemant Katore sir with few, words that suggestions from all of you are welcome. You all have my email, you all have my numbers, and anything you think that we can do to make ourselves stronger and better at PUMBA, you're most welcome to share with us.
Madam, just a small comment. Sorry, I'm just taking away your time. Small comment. Adding to what Karan said, it would be wonderful if you can allow PUMBA students to work for companies. Work for companies or startups for a brief period of time, because the amount of learning that they get when they're in a real life situation, when shit falls every day, how you react to it is immense. So if you can have a much better opportunity of at least let people come for 3 months to the company campus at least and learn them. As a startup, we are very open to people coming and working with us, and we open up the entire doors, we open up the data banks. Jo karna karo. It's up to you how much you can, because we believe academics plus right blend of experience will make them a better people. Because unfortunately, madam, a lot of people who are coming out of colleges, whether it is MBA or engineering colleges, are not market ready. And one of the reasons for market readiness not being there is that they have never seen shit falls. They never seen things go wrong. They expect rosy picture every time they walk in. For them, working in a company is all about cafeterias, outings, and all those things. What really happens in the company is the hard decisions taken, people letting go of, products being shut down, sales, some of the products are not getting sold, and sales managers being fired. They have to see, they have to experience, then only they'll relate to what it. So my humble request would be for people to become much more matured when they take up the first job. Allow them to see how really things work in a real life company situation. And today I'm making a commitment here. If there are people who are interested to work in a highly chaotic situation, my doors are always open, and we'll love to take people. But at the end of the day, it's the call of the PUMBA and yourself. But I would strongly recommend people coming and working in person, remotely Zoom पे नहीं काम करने का, 3 महीने आने का, बैंगलोर में काम करने का, चले जाने का, and they will learn a lot. That's the only request. Adding to what Karan was saying, lectures अच्छे लगते हैं, but सबसे अच्छी बात होती है जब when you are fighting in the market, right? That's the real pulse.
Yes. Shashidhar, there are 200 students listening to you, so I won't be surprised if we get a few people, asking for your email or contact number or something like that. So again, I'm going to hand the session over to Dr. Hemant Katore. He's the person who's going to take this session forward with his word of thanks. Over to you, Dr. sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. I, on behalf of Head of the Department, Department of Management Sciences, PUMBA, Savitribai Phule Pune University, and the entire team of Seminar Cell together, and on my own behalf, extend a very hearty vote of thanks to all speakers for gracing your important work and sharing with us your opinions today. I must mention our deep sense of appreciation to our first panel member, Mr. Shashidhar Nandigan, founder and CEO of Grade R, for his explanation of the topic, Leadership Agility, Magic Multiplier of Potential. Thank you so much, sir. Further, we are grateful to our second panel member, Ms. Aarti Dangre, Industrial Marketing Development Manager, Edwards and Lebold at Atlas Copco, UK, for signifying her opinion on the theme. I'd like to express my sincere thanks to our third panel member, Mr. Jackie Lee, Global Product Manager, Marketing, LG Chem, Seoul, South Korea, for giving an excellent coverage to the topic. I also wish to express my gratitude to our fourth panel member, Mr. Karan Berry, Director, BUPL, for providing exceptional coverage of the topic. I'd like to tell you all the four panel members that we are all inspired by your great words. I'm also very grateful to Dr. Supriya Patil, Faculty, Department of Management Sciences, for moderating the panel discussion. Our special thanks to Dr. Atish Chintamani for conducting a question answer session for this panel discussion. Finally, I would like to take this opportunity to place on record the efforts taken place by Seminar Cell for the perfect logistic support and their enormous cooperation in the organization of this event. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, I want to state that we are all most grateful to all speakers on this event. We thank you for being with us. It's been a great pleasure. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you all. It was a great meeting all of you, and we will be in touch very soon. We can leave the meeting now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks so much. Bye.
Pratiksha, are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, Pratiksha, over to you for announcements for
ma'am.
tomorrow, I think. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, at last, I would like to thank you each and everyone for your presence. Your presence has made this day a memorable one. Thank you for listening, inspiration, for encouragement, for being here and giving your time and making your presence. Also, the audience, you have been a wonderful audience, and we hope that we have been an equally good host. Once again, I thank you, everyone. With this, we will be signing off and connecting tomorrow at 11 a.m.